testimony of this case now being heard is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so be done.
I do.
See, you state your full name, spell your last name, please, for record doctor.
Yes, I am Kara Marciani. That's M-A-R-C-I-A-N-I. Sure.
You may court.
Thank you. Hi, Dr. Marciani.
Hi.
In front of you, I do see Stacy's at 25. There's 25 and 26, I believe. 25 is that one.
Oh, yes.
Okay. What is 25?
25 looks like a copy of my data.
Okay, so your CV?
Yes, my
Okay.
CV.
I believe there was a stipulation that you're qualified as an expert in the field of forensic psychology. Is that correct?
So stipulated, correct.
Thank you.
So, can you just briefly go over your educational background?
Yeah, so I have a bachelor's degree in psychology from Miami University, a master's degree in clinical psychology from Eastern Kentucky University, and a doctorate in clinical psychology from Xavier University. And I completed an APA-accredited internship with the Hamilton Center in Terre Haute, Indiana, where I was trained in the assessment, diagnosis, and treatment of severe and persistent mental illnesses. I then completed a year-long postdoctoral fellowship with the Forensic Psychiatry Center for Western Ohio. And then I became licensed as a psychologist in Ohio in January of 2003. Then I subsequently became board certified in forensic psychology in October of 2009.
Okay. And were you commissioned or ordered by the court to perform a sanity evaluation on Mr. Bruce Foster?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you have Stacy's Exhibit 26 in your hand right there?
I do.
Okay. Is that the report that you drafted?
Yes, this appears to be a complete copy of my report.
Okay. And do you remember when you interviewed Mr. Foster?
Yes. Yeah, I met with him on January 21st of 2026.
Okay. And what kind of evidence did you review other than the interview that you had with Mr. Foster?
Yeah, so in addition to the clinical interview, so our face-to-face interview, I had access to discovery materials to include like field case reports, videos, that kind of thing. I also requested records, got Mr. Foster's permission to get medical records, documenting treatment that he received at a few mental health facilities, as well as records from the jail. In addition to that, I called his mother and got some collateral information from her.
Okay. So what's like your general process when you receive an order from the court to do a sanity evaluation on an individual?
Yeah, so typically what I do, when I get an order, at that point I typically just have the discovery materials in terms of other information. So I review those to the extent that I can before seeing the person, and then I schedule a time to evaluate the defendant. In this case, Mr. Foster was incarcerated here at the Licking County Jail, so I made an appointment to come up here to see him.
Okay.
Yeah, and conducted the evaluation.
Okay. And how long would you say your interview with Mr. Foster was?
Yeah, it was about 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Okay. And when you're interviewing an individual in a forensic setting, are you taking everything they say at face value?
No. I'm documenting what they tell me, but part of my job is to kind of figure out if what they're telling me is credible.
Okay. And when you were speaking with Mr. Foster, can you give us a detail of what he said to you about the offense in question?
Sure. So as part of my evaluation, I ask folks to give me their account of the alleged offense. And what he told me is that the offense occurred at his former place of business, KDC1. According to his report, he got up that day about noon. He was scheduled to work a 2:30 to 11 shift, got up about noon, had something to eat, played some Madden, and essentially prepared to go to work. What he said is that he ordered an Uber to pick him up to take him to work because he didn't have a car and didn't have other means of transportation. So he was utilizing rideshare programs to get to and from. And that before he left his apartment in that Uber to go to work, he saw that his mom was outside. By his report, he and his mom were not kind of in a good place. And he, in fact, spoke about that relationship in a manner that suggested that he was paranoid of her. And what he said is that when he saw her standing outside, his first thought was, oh, she's trying to manipulate me. It's my understanding from him, and subsequently from her, was that she was there to offer him a ride to work, but he refused to go with her. He instead ordered another Uber and went to work. According to his report that day, he was just going to work like he normally would. He presented for his shift, albeit he got there a bit late, and he said that he got there, went past security. According to his report, he had a gun with him in a backpack. He was supposed to have any belongings in a clear backpack, so that presumably so security could see what he had. But he said security there was kind of lax. He kind of walked right on through and went to the office where he and his coworkers stored their things. He said he put the backpack in there and then went, about kind of his day. And what he said is that he worked his shift, took a lunch break. He did not recall, I think, if he ate with anybody, but said there was nobody in the office with him during that break. And then he mentioned that as the day progressed, he got a little paranoid. He subsequently decided to call an Uber. And when I asked him why, he said, well, because I was getting a little paranoid and I needed to essentially get out of there. When I asked him why he needed to get out of there, he said, because, I was getting ready to hurt somebody. By his report then, he changed clothes, put on a different pair of pants, retrieved the gun from the backpack, and then went to line 717. According to him, he went there, approached one of the individuals on the line, shot him, said he felt bad about shooting him, shot him nonetheless. The other individual at the line took off running. He shot at him and chased him. He then said he proceeded to go back to the office where he had stored his backpack, where he encountered 3 people, and proceeded to shoot at them as well. According to him, a struggle ensued for the gun. He lost control over the gun. He then left, got his Uber, and went home.
Okay. And so you said that he was getting paranoid.
Yes.
And then so he decided to call an Uber so he could get out of there?
Yeah.
I'm looking at page 15 at the bottom, going on to 16 of your report,
Yeah.
which is State's Exhibit 26. So if you look at the start of the last sentence on page 15, you said, Mr. Foster got too paranoid after taking his break, in response to which he clocked out of work, that portion?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask him why he, clocked out?
Yeah, and he felt like he was upset that day. He didn't like the line that he was assigned to. And he had been having a lot of life stressors. And those stressors included being let go from another job that he needed to sustain himself financially. So he had lost one job he needed. He was in financial distress, was at risk of being evicted, and was having trouble maintaining his phone service. He also was spending, by his report, $100 a day getting back and forth to work, which was causing additional financial hardship. And so what he said is that when he was assigned to this specific line at work, that was just a reminder to him of how crappy his life was. And essentially, he was upset by that.
Okay. And you said that he got into an argument with his mom before he went to work.
Yeah, and he didn't necessarily describe that as a flat-out argument per se, but that he thought that she was being manipulative, that he wasn't going to go with her, and sort of that was that.
Okay. And did that appear to frustrate him?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So he was frustrated to start the day, the work day.
frustrated to start the day, but by his report, he kind of was going to do his normal day until he got frustrated again at work, and then he clocked out.
Okay. And he told you that it was so he could get out of there?
Yes, he had made reference to the fact that he was getting ready to hurt people.
And did he express that he's ever had those thoughts in the past before?
Yes, he told me that he had experienced homicidal ideation in the past, and that had been pretty distressing to him. He in fact said that he didn't want to act in a violent way toward others because, in his words, he knew better. He knew better than to do so.
Okay. And as a forensic psychologist who's doing a sanity evaluation, what does that mean to you?
That was notable. That was a notable data point, because those are indications that he knew the wrongfulness of harming others.
Okay. And was there any other notable data points from his accounts that you wrote in your report?
Yes.
Okay. Calling an Uber early, is that notable?
It was.
Okay. And why is that notable?
Yeah, it was notable because what he told me is that he wanted to leave the scene before the police arrived.
Okay. And so, what exactly did he say as it relates to his actions and why he wanted to get out of the scene early?
Yeah, because he was worried that if the police arrived, they would kill him.
Okay.
Yeah, and he, when I asked him, well, why might they want to kill you? His response was that because he had a firearm and just hurt people.
And is that notable to you?
Oh, absolutely.
And why is that?
Absolutely. So what that told me is that he knew he was at risk of having a consequence, and in particular, a legal consequence for having shot at folks and killed folks at work.
Okay. And so being aware of consequences of your actions, is that
Yes.
an indicator of knowledge of wrongfulness?
Yeah, it's an indicator of knowledge of wrongfulness if you know that you are going to incur a negative or legal consequence for that. And in his case, he did.
Okay. And when you were speaking with him about, his action of going up to, the first person that he shot, Kyle Vaver, what did he state? What was his account of that interaction?
So he made mention that he thought Kyle was kind of a culprit in some concerns he had about people being out to get him.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what about the second person that he shot?
He kind of just described that as, well, I shot Kyle, so this other guy's here, I'm going to shoot him.
Okay. And did he indicate anything about him being part of the plot as well?
No, I didn't understand him to think that the second guy was part of the plot as well.
Okay. And that second guy, would that have been Nick Harris, who was running away?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So did it appear from, your conversation with Mr. Foster that he thought Nick Harris, who was running away, was a threat to him?
No, I did not get that sense, no.
Okay. And, one more second. Okay. And then you said that he then went to a different office after he shot, Nick Harris.
Correct.
Okay. Did he give you an account of what he was doing at that particular point, from his walk from, or jog from, shooting Nick Harris to the QA office?
So my sense of it was that was kind of an intentional journey, if that makes sense. That he was going from one place with the intention of going directly to another.
Okay. And would you classify that as evidence of premeditation?
It could be.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be.
And does that go into your calculus of whether someone is understanding the wrongfulness of their actions?
If that goes toward kind of goal-directed behavior, it's definitely kind of gives you some insight into what they're thinking, right? Because that does appear very goal-directed. And when you look at other factors, that could factor into evidence of knowledge of wrongfulness.
Okay, so engaging in goal-directed behavior is an indicator of knowledge of wrongfulness?
It can be. It can be, depending on what the behavior is.
Okay. Would bringing a gun to work be goal-directed behavior?
If one intended to use the gun for a purpose, yes.
what about calling an Uber early?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay. And then he said he went to the office, and then did he describe the situation within that office, like who he shot first and who he shot second?
He said there were like 3 people in the office, that he walked in, shot one. There was a struggle for the gun. Somebody got the gun away from him.
Okay. And did he talk anything about his exit, like how he got away from those people?
He basically said that he left.
Okay. And is leaving the scene of a place where someone commits a crime, is that an indicator of knowledge of wrongfulness?
It absolutely can be, depending on why they left.
Okay. And why did Mr. Foster leave?
He said he wanted to leave before the police got there, because he thought the police might kill him. And again, he thought they might kill him because he had just used a gun to harm people.
And then when he was in the Uber, did he make any statements about his conversation with the Uber driver?
He said that he didn't tell the Uber driver about what he had done.
Okay. And did he tell you why he didn't tell the Uber driver about what he had done?
Yeah, because he said he was worried that it would freak the Uber driver out. He was afraid that the Uber driver would not feel safe with him in the car, and that would prompt the Uber driver to kick him out. And he was worried if he was kicked out of the Uber, he could then be apprehended by the police and then potentially be, killed or arrested.
Okay. And if someone was engaging in what they perceived as self-defense, would they be worried about being arrested by the police?
I would not think so, no.
And then, did he talk anything about the firearm in question when you were having a conversation with him?
Yes, so I did ask him about the firearm that he had. I asked him when he bought it, why he bought it, yeah.
Okay. And what about the fact that he no longer had the firearm? Was he
Oh,
concerned?
he was worried about that.
Okay. So I'm
Yeah.
looking at page 17 of your report. So we're looking at the first paragraph.
Mhm. Yeah, he was worried about the fact that he didn't have the gun. And his worry was attached to the fact that he knew he had, in his words, done harm with it. And so he was worried about it being turned over to law enforcement.
And why would that be problematic if you engaged in self-defense?
Well, and I think for my purposes, in terms of trying to offer an opinion as to whether or not he knew the wrongfulness, that's pretty significant, right? He recognized that that weapon had been used to cause others harm. He also recognized that that could be a source of incriminating evidence or evidence against him. And he is part of that, having that knowledge and that understanding is a recognition that there are going to be legal consequences for having used the gun in that way and it being left behind and law enforcement having access to it.
Okay. So they could potentially link that gun to him.
Yes.
Okay. And then, did he talk anything about what he did when he got home?
He said he threw up.
Okay. And after someone, commits like a violent crime, for example, is it common for them to have that snap moment where they then may throw up?
And whether or not they throw up, I don't know. It is common for people to have what I call, and pardon my language, sir, an oh shit moment. When they're like, oh no, what have I just done, kind of thing. That is common. Does everybody throw up? I don't know if they do or don't. But throwing up generally is a sign of something negative, right? We throw up if we ingest a toxin. We throw up if we, are nervous or upset. It generally doesn't occur in response to joyful, occurrences.
Okay. And I'm still on page 17, so it looks like you watched some videos from the U.S. Marshals arrest of Mr. Foster.
Yes.
Okay. Did you glean anything from those videos when you were reviewing this case for a sanity evaluation?
I thought it was, interesting that he, it kind of was inquiring about where they were going to take him. He told me he was worried because the clothes he had been wearing the evening before were still at the house. And, you know, he was worried that they were there and potentially to be found because they were part of him having committed a crime.
Okay, so he acknowledged to you that he was worried about the clothes, the bloodstained clothes,
Yes,
being found.
yes.
Was there any other evidence while you were, reviewing this case where he seemed to have concern about a search warrant or them finding evidence?
I think he mentioned that in one of the interviews. Yeah.
Okay, so like his interview with the police?
With the police, yeah.
Okay. I think he said, when are you guys going to start that search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that goes into worry about them finding evidence?
Yeah, I think it tells us a couple of different things. One, I think it tells us that he had an understanding that he was now in trouble with the law, right? Search warrants aren't something that are done in everyday life. They're done in certain contexts. So he recognized that he was now in a situation wherein a search warrant was a thing, basically. So that was notable. And then his report to me that he was worried that they would find clothes, kind of hangs with that.
Okay. So it seems like it just keeps adding up, like toward his knowledge of wrongfulness.
Yeah, there were, in my opinion, several indicators.
Okay. And did you have a chance to look at his employment records?
I think I may have had access to, a few things. Yeah.
Okay. And did you ask him at all about his employment with KDC?
Yeah, he told me that he thought he was going to be fired, but that he was hoping he would not.
Okay. So I'm at the bottom of page 17. Looks like it's the second to last sentence. It says that he was having some difficulty getting the job done at KDC-1 and people were noticing.
Yes.
Okay. So he acknowledged to you that people were noticing that he was performing poorly at work?
Yes.
And that he was on notice that he was probably going to get fired, just hoping not?
Yeah, he told me he thought he was going to get fired, but that he was hoping he did not.
Okay. Did he talk about, with you, anything about financial hardship?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Can you go into detail about that?
Yeah, as I previously mentioned, he indicated that he was in dire straits financially. He, for a period of time, was working 2 jobs. He was working at Chipotle, doing what sounded like kind of like an early morning kind of shift. He was also working at KDC-1 while trying to go to school, while trying to go to college. He had been let go from Chipotle. So he was without that income. He was without a car. His mom had been helping him get back and forth to work, but she couldn't do that anymore. So he was relying on ride shares, and that was costing him $100 a day, and I think he was making like $18 an hour at KDC-1. According to his report, he couldn't keep his phone service on. He also had gotten an eviction notice from his apartment.
And so did he seem disgruntled about that?
He was absolutely distressed, and yes, I think there as well was disgruntlement in there. From the standpoint that I think he didn't feel like he was getting respect at work as well. And so I think that was kind of fueling some of his emotions around the work piece. And I think as well, he was trying to make it, and he just couldn't.
Okay. And you said that you're when you're talking to someone, you might might have some suspicions, or you're taking things they say with a grain of salt, right?
Yeah, we're always looking to kind of verify, cross-check, basically, what folks are telling us.
And is there any screening tests that you can run on an individual to see if maybe they're faking things or feigning, or that's potentially like giving you some evidence toward potential malingering?
Oh, sure. So It's not uncommon in the context of a forensic evaluation for a defendant to fake stuff. Sometimes they'll fake that they are mentally ill, sometimes they'll fake that they have no memory of anything, sometimes they'll fake that they have an intellectual disability. The reason being is that for some folks there is the potential for secondary gain. So malingering is always kind of on our radar.
Okay, so in the context of a sanity evaluation, secondary gain would be maybe avoiding criminal responsibility.
Yes.
Okay. And in the context of like substance abuse, it could be exacerbating your symptoms. For the DSM, there's those 11 factors, right? So I could say I have more than 5 or 6, so then maybe I can get some housing if I'm homeless, right? Sure.
Exaggerating your AOD issues could have a secondary gain of you getting into like a sober living house or residential treatment.
Okay. And so, did you ask Mr. Foster at all about his goals for this process?
I did not specifically ask him his goals for this process, but he told me that he was hoping to be found not guilty by reason of insanity because he wanted to go back to Central Ohio Behavioral Health.
And when you're doing this screening test, what do you call the screening?
So I did the MFAST. I think we've already talked about that earlier today. And that is a screening measure for malingering psychiatric illness. So like psychosis and mood disorder.
Okay. And what does the MFAST entail from your perspective?
So you essentially you ask them questions, and based on their responses can tell you if they are endorsing symptoms that are not consistent with symptoms of a bona fide psychiatric illness, or symptom combinations that are not likely in a truly psychiatrically ill population.
So if someone's seriously mentally ill, they could still be exacerbating some of their symptoms or, feigning it away.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The two are not mutually exclusive. So somebody that does have a real mental illness, if it is to their benefit, or they think it's to their benefit, to exaggerate those symptoms, kind of turn the volume up on their symptoms, they at times will do that.
Okay. And during your screening of Mr. Foster, do you think he was kind of turning the volume up?
Yes. His responses to the MFAS suggested that he did.
Okay. And can you give us some examples of how he turned that volume up a little more and more?
Yeah, so he essentially, as Dr. Tilley kind of described earlier today, you kind of like rate their responses. And it's a 25-item measure, and if a person endorses 6 or more of these kind of unusual symptoms, then that is highly suggestive of malingering. And he endorsed 6. He got a 6, basically.
Okay. And can you walk us through what you saw that made you give him a 6?
Yeah, well, he was endorsing, in fact, I'm going to refer, because I want to make sure I tell you the exact correct ones.
So we're on page 33, I believe, of State's Exhibit 26.
All right. So he endorsed very extreme and uncommon symptoms. He also exhibited an atypical presentation, and he endorsed severe and unusual symptoms. And then one of the questions asks about, kind of pulls for if the respondent has an overly negative view of themselves, one that would be atypical for a truly psychiatrically ill person. He endorsed that as well.
Okay. What is atypical presentation? What does that mean?
So basically what that means if they are endorsing symptoms that either don't really exist or endorsing symptoms occurring in a way that they don't typically occur.
Okay. And can you think of any examples of Mr. Foster in particular?
From the MFAST?
Yes.
I'd rather not say just because of test security. So if everybody knows what's on the test, I can't use the test anymore, if that makes sense. So we have to kind of keep those items secure, because if the general public knows what's on them and that gets around, people can then, throw the test when we give it to them at other times.
Okay, but you thought it was atypical.
Well, yeah, this based on the scoring, it was atypical.
And you said you gave him a 6.
Yeah.
Dr. Tilley said he gave him a 2. What does a 2 really indicate?
So a 2 indicates that he responded to some of the questions in a way that was not consistent with a bona fide psychiatric illness. So he flagged a couple of questions. He just didn't reach the threshold where you would say that that the responses were highly suggestive of malingering. So 6 and above is highly suggestive of malingering, but if you respond, if you endorse any of those symptoms, you're endorsing stuff that's not bona fide.
Okay, so there's some evidence of feigning from a 2.
Yes, there's some evidence of exaggerating, yes, or
Okay.
feigning, yeah.
Okay. I think we all agree that he had a severe mental illness.
Absolutely.
But can someone with a severe mental illness still understand the wrongfulness of their actions?
Absolutely.
So they can determine what's right and what's wrong?
Absolutely.
When do people learn what is right and what is wrong?
Oh gosh, I mean, at a young age, yeah. You can start training children when they're toddlers.
Okay, did you have any evidence to suggest, based on your review of the records, that Mr. Foster did not ever gain that ability to understand what is right and what is wrong?
No, I think that he had intact knowledge of the wrongfulness. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to page 35 of 39. So there was some conversation yesterday, I believe. Dr. Stenson was talking about this paragraph on page 35 of 39 under severe mental illness at the time. It says, available information nevertheless failed to suggest that Mr. Foster was wholly disconnected from reality during the time.
Yes.
Okay. It seemed like Dr. Stenson made a deal out of that. Could you elaborate on what you meant by this?
Oh, yeah. And I apologize if I wasn't clear. And I think Tilley, actually, Dr. Tilley gave a nice explanation of this. You know, even folks that are acutely psychotic and acutely psychiatrically ill, still, they don't lose entire touch with reality. They can still navigate their environment in a reality-based way. So the example Dr. Tilley gave today was, folks in a psychiatric hospital can go to the dining room when it's time to eat. They don't forget how to eat their food. They can respond appropriately if given the opportunity to go outside for fresh air, those kinds of things. So people still retain some reality orientation even when they are acutely ill.
Okay. So in other words, if I could summarize, it sounds like he still understood the nature of what he was doing and the quality of what he was doing.
In my opinion, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he knew he was shooting a gun,
Yes.
and that gun had bullets.
Yes.
And that gun with bullets, pulling the trigger, could kill or seriously injure people.
Yes.
Is that important in a wrongfulness determination, would you say?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Absolutely.
It sounded like Dr. Stenson yesterday said people in my field don't actually take that into consideration.
No, because you want to get an understanding of what it was they thought they were doing, during the time period in question, and as they are committing the instant offense.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's important.
In my opinion, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And can we talk a little bit about what Mr. Foster said as to why he wanted to engage in that violence with those people that he worked with? What did he say to you as to the reasoning for which he did it?
So he described it to me as being that he was frustrated, that he got frustrated while he was at work. Having to be assigned to this certain line was just another example of his shitty life. And so he was gonna, he basically was gonna take it out on his coworkers. He did, however, though, identify kind of that first victim. I think it's Kyle. Kyle?
Yeah, Kyle.
Kyle.
Yep.
as saying, oh, well, I think he's also kind of involved in this conspiracy against me.
Okay. Did he identify, the tall guy, Nick Harris, as being a part
No,
of the conspiracy?
I don't believe that he did, no.
Okay. And, so, did he say anything about he thought that they were going to kill him?
He did not tell me that he thought that they were going to kill him. He told me he thought that they were kind of conspiring against him, but he didn't tell me, hey, they were going to kill me, so I got to kill them first.
Okay. And did he say anything about taking, them taking any substantial acts toward the commission of the offense?
So, are you asking me if he was provoked by them?
Did he say anything about that?
No, he didn't. He did not tell me that they had done anything specifically on that day to make him upset.
Okay. Did he ever tell you anything about any ropes or hanging or anything of that nature?
No, he did not.
Okay. It sounded like yesterday Dr. Stenson thought, a person who was rationally would not take an Uber using their own account or their own, Uber account to get home if they were trying to evade arrest. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, my thoughts on that are that he didn't have many resources. He didn't have a lot of options, and he was using the resources that he had. Was that a great plan? No, not at all. However, he didn't have the luxury of having a lot of other available options to use. He was using the tools that he had.
Okay. So, a plan is a plan.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter if it's a good plan or a bad plan.
correct.
So, when you asked him about guns, did he say he knew guns could be dangerous?
He did.
And did he know better than to harm others?
Yes, yes, he did.
You said in your report on page 37, Mr. Foster also engaged in behavior designed to prevent others from thwarting his plan, which is a robust indicator of knowledge of wrongfulness.
Yes.
Okay,
I
can you
did.
explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so if somebody tries to keep people from knowing their plan, what they're doing is they're trying to keep somebody from stopping them, right? And inherent to not wanting to be stopped is an understanding that you are doing something that other people are going to be objecting to. Other people are going to have a problem with, otherwise they wouldn't want to stop you. And that speaks directly into knowledge of wrongfulness.
Okay, so if he had a black book bag, you said he had there was a clear bag policy
Correct.
from his perspective?
That's what he told me, yeah.
Okay, so does hiding that backpack under a flannel, does that seem to be a potential indicator for trying to conceal?
Sure, absolutely.
And why is that?
Well, because, he's trying to keep something from being in kind of plain view. Just like keeping the gun in the backpack versus, he didn't walk through the front door holding it in the air, you know what I mean? It was put in a place where other people would not know that he would have it. Unless they searched him.
Okay, and what about when he actually made his way into the production line? Where was that gun originally at?
I believe it was in his pocket, and he pulled it out when he reached the production line.
Okay, and at that point he had changed his pants?
Yes.
Okay, and he was now wearing a flannel, right?
Yes.
Okay, and did that flannel appear to have a pocket?
I don't know.
Okay, we could go back to the video.
I believe
Would that
you
help?
tell me it did, but
Oh, would seeing the video help you?
yeah, you can show it to me.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Excuse me. I'm showing you. Alright, so. So at this, let me go to the State's Exhibit 2A. My bad, So this is is State's Exhibit 2A. This is at 10:18 p.m. right before he goes into the production warehouse, right after he changed.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Where's that book bag again?
It looks like it's underneath the flannel.
Okay. And what color pants is he wearing?
They look like they're black.
Okay. Does that flannel appear to have pockets?
Yeah, I think it does.
Is he wearing anything on his head at this point?
He's got like a hairnet.
Okay. What about the right there? Oops, sorry, that's too big. Does he look like he's wearing a hat?
Oh, maybe it's a hat. Sorry,
Okay.
it looked like a hairnet from here.
Does it look like he's reaching for something right there?
I can't tell. My eyes.
You have a question?
Oh, I was just showing the gun portion where that was.
Okay.
Sorry. Did you see him reach into his pocket and pull that gun out?
Yeah.
All right. When he first walked in there, did he have the gun out?
So he walks in and pulls it out.
Yes,
Yes.
that was my question.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. So, did it appear that he was originally concealing that weapon
Yes.
in his pocket?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask him at all about, having the gun in certain places?
I asked him about where he had the gun when he got to work, and he said he had concealed it in his backpack, and he spontaneously told me that he had it in his pocket.
Okay. And then, when you were watching the video, did you notice other times when he would put the gun away?
So my recollection is that I did not see him with a gun in his hand at all times,
Okay.
which would suggest that he had stashed it somewhere.
And he understood that having guns or having a gun out might freak everyone out?
Yeah, I think that's what that behavior tells us, especially knowing that he knows that guns are dangerous, and he knows that people would not want him to be interacting with them, in a violent way. He knows better than to do that. The fact that he is concealing the gun when he is in a populated area where people might want to do something about the fact that he is in possession of a gun tells me that he knows that, that it's wrong, that he's engaging in behavior he should not be engaging in.
Okay. And what about him walking past multitude of people from after he shot Nick Harris toward the point where he goes to the quality assurance office? Does that have anything to do with your calculus?
So what that told me, what I took from that is that he was focused, that he wasn't there to just shoot anybody, but there were certain people he was targeting.
Again, goal-directed behavior.
Correct. That for me was an example of goal-directed behavior.
Okay. And then you said you watched his interview with the police?
Yes.
Okay. And is that an important data point in your calculus?
Sure.
And why is that?
Because it's in very close proximity to the actual offense.
Okay. And was there anything of note from your perspective from his interview with the police on February 5th, 2025?
Yeah, there were things that were notable.
Okay. Can
Yeah.
you give me an example?
Yeah, so one of the notable things was that he identified his finances as being his biggest problem.
Okay. Not the mafia.
No, he did talk about the mafia and other things, but by his report, his finances were his biggest issue.
And from your perspective, even if someone is, delusional or act like thinking irrationally, would you expect some rationality within there?
Oh, absolutely, and I think that's a good example of it, right? Because yes, his finances were an issue. So that tells me that he had a reality-based understanding about that. But that also tells me that he is connected to sort of like normal life, real world things. We all have to worry about, you know, how we're gonna pay for roofs over our head, that kind of stuff. And he was no different.
And would you expect someone who is, you know, acting in self-defense to tell the police that they were acting in self-defense, or believe that they were acting
Oh,
in
sure, no,
self-defense?
I can see that, yeah.
Okay. And did Mr. Foster appear to do that?
No. Another notable thing about that interview was that he was very coy with the officers, and was kind of dodging their questions, you know, which suggested to me that he was trying to avoid giving them any incriminating information.
Okay. Coy, could that be, you know, like evasive?
Yes, evasive,
Okay.
yes.
And is evasiveness during a police investigation an indicator of wrongfulness?
Yes, it is. It is. If somebody is trying to keep from incriminating themselves, what that tells me is that they know that there are potentially legal consequences for whatever it is that they have done, and they are trying to avoid being held responsible for those actions.
Is that also signified when he says he doesn't want to talk to them about the firearm?
Correct. He says he wants to talk to a lawyer or a judge about the firearm, yeah.
Okay. And that's because he's aware that police are gathering evidence against him.
Yeah, and when he makes references to a lawyer and a judge, what that tells me is he knows that there are legal implications to this. He didn't say, hey, I want to talk to my pastor, or I want to talk to a shaman, or I want to talk to the head of Chipotle, you know, thinking that they could help him out of this. He knew he needed to talk to somebody with legal authority. That tells me that he knew that he had engaged in behavior that was legally wrong.
Okay. And what about a denial? Is that problematic in the context of a sanity evaluation?
If somebody denies engaging in an act,
Yes.
and when you say problematic,
I mean, for their cause of wanting the NGRI finding.
so if somebody, if denial of an act is kind of an element, what that tells me is that they again are trying to avoid taking responsibility for something that they knew was wrong.
And did you believe that Mr. Foster made denials during his interview with the police?
He was very like evasive. I think he, you know, said, well, you know, I heard that there was a shooting, that kind of thing.
Okay.
No.
So they said, do you know anything about it? And he said, what, I heard?
Right.
Okay. Does that make you think that he witnessed it, if he's saying things like that? I heard there was a shooting, not that, like I saw that there was a shooting.
Yeah, what that tells me, knowing that he did the shooting, was that he's trying to sort of be cagey, and you know he wants to look like he's cooperating, but he's not going to give them any information.
And what about when he was asked, I think you were in here for when Dr. Tilley was shown that video, where he says, he shakes his head no when he was asked about, you know, injuring 4 people.
Oh, yeah.
And then he made a statement thereafter. Were you able to hear that?
No, I did hear it. I can't recall off the top of my head though what that statement was.
Okay. When watching that video?
Yeah,
Okay.
let me see it again,
Thank you.
please.
So you are curious,
I'm not really. I wasn't curious. I wasn't curious. Tell me now.
but now you're curious.
Now, yeah. I'm not curious.
Okay. Well, in the video, because I mean, they have surveillance everywhere in the warehouse, right?
Yeah, there's cameras everywhere.
Yeah, you know that.
Yeah,
right?
I know that. I'm
Is
aware.
that to prevent thieves, or what is that for?
I'm not law enforcement, man.
Okay. I don't know why people put cameras inside businesses, but
Yes, you do.
I mean, I guess I know for their fact, but normally it doesn't get to the criminal
And it's
side.
their business.
Yeah, it's their business.
It's their business.
Not our business. But I mean, in the video, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. It's pretty horrific.
Is that horrific?
Yeah.
Yeah. Scary the way I live, man. Scary
It's
the way I
horrific,
live.
man. It's horrific to see you, Bruce Foster, shoot and kill Kyle Baber,
You believe that was me?
and shoot and kill Shakar Shapagi,
That's his last name? You believe that was me?
and you shoot and injure 4 other people. Okay? Before we leave,
No, I
I
don't
want to
believe
explain
so.
the charge, so you are curious.
Okay. Were you able to hear that?
Yeah, he says, you believe that was me, and then he shakes his head and said, I don't believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were able to hear that?
Mhm.
Okay. Dr. Tilley seemed to not be able to hear that. But, is that a denial from your perspective?
He's saying, yeah, he didn't believe it was him?
Yeah.
Who did the shooting? Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you talk about on page 38 of your report, it says, when asked, Mr. Foster asked if he had been charged and said he did not want to be indicted. Okay. Would you say that's common for people? Does anyone want to be indicted?
No, most people don't want to be indicted.
Yeah, I can imagine.
They don't want to be
someone
charged.
does. Okay.
No.
So was that like a, from your perspective, like a normal response?
Yeah, I think that is that's a typical response from somebody who knows they're in trouble.
Okay, thank you. And does that go toward knowledge of wrongfulness?
Yes.
And then same on page 38, you say his report felt like he had no choice but to kill because he thought they intended to kill him.
Mhm.
Okay, so if someone says, I want to kill you, but they don't do anything toward that, does that mean you can then just shoot him in the head or shoot him in the back of the head from your perspective?
I mean, not lawfully, no.
Okay. And it's, you say something about he felt compelled to engage in an act.
Correct.
And what does that mean to you?
So, kind of this idea of I had to shoot, I had to kill or be killed, that suggests that he felt compelled to commit the offense.
And why is that important?
Well, I think it's important in this context because for sanity, the question is pretty concrete. It's 3 elements. Do they have mental disease? Do they have a mental defect? And did they know the wrongfulness? And if somebody just feeling like you need to engage in an act doesn't meet the NGRI test anymore. Now, there was a time when not being able to conform your behavior to the requirements of the law was a facet, but they took that out of the law. I do not know why, but they did. And so now the test for insanity is pretty specific and it's pretty simple.
Okay.
Mental disease, mental defect, did they know what they were doing was wrong?
So even if he had the irresistible impulse, that's no longer the elements or standard in Ohio.
It doesn't count anymore. They took it out.
Okay. Were you able to come to an opinion on this particular case?
I was.
Okay. And was that opinion based on a reasonable degree of psychological certainty?
Yes.
Okay, and what was your opinion?
My opinion is that Mr. Foster, at the time of the alleged offenses, had a mental disease, did not have a mental defect, and he knew the wrongfulness of the acts charged.
Okay. So he was able to distinguish between right and wrong when he engaged in this mass shooting event.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing was legally wrong. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Do you want to take a break real quick? Let's take a break, 15 minutes, we'll come back for cross.
Ross,
first exposure to Bruce Foster was when you were ordered by the court to perform an evaluation for NGRI, which is what we've got today.
Yes,
Okay. An NGRI report makes really specific findings which go to the wrongfulness or a defendant's knowledge of the wrongfulness of their conduct, correct?
correct.
Okay. And that's the ultimate issue you're always going to focus on when you're filling out a report like this or asking questions, right?
Correct.
Okay. In your case, pretty well as fast as you were given an order to perform an evaluation, you did one. Is that pretty accurate? Like you got the order and then you got out and talked to Mr. Foster pretty quickly?
Yes,
Okay. Even so, he would have been looking back about 1 year by the time you got there to the relevant time frame.
yes,
Okay. Because February 4th, 2025 is what you had to evaluate, and by the time you heard about it, it was January of 26.
correct.
Okay. As you met with him, did you go to the Lincoln County Jail to meet with him?
I did, yes.
Okay. So you met one-on-one with him. I think you spent a little over a couple hours with him, right?
Yeah.
Is that pretty standard for how long you meet with somebody?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it varies depending on the defendant and if I have to do testing, but
Okay.
that was within, yeah, typical timeframes.
Normal experience for you?
Yes,
Okay. And then when you got there and met with him, you were aware of some of the collateral records and you referenced them in your report, correct?
so after meeting with him,
Mhm.
that's when I became aware of the collateral records and was able to determine where I needed to get records from.
You didn't have those records that you could have reviewed before you went and met with him?
I only had the discovery materials.
Okay.
I can't access a defendant's medical records without their written permission.
Okay. So what you did know when you went there was discovery provided to you by the prosecuting attorneys here, correct?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. And when you get out there and you start talking to him, you were aware or were not aware that he had been found not competent by a few doctors before you got there?
Yes, I believe, yes, I knew that he had gone through the competency process,
Okay.
yes.
And when you say the competency process, you're saying 3 doctors found him not competent to participate in courtroom proceedings, correct?
I don't think I knew the number,
Okay.
but I knew that he, yeah,
The conclusion.
yeah,
Okay. And when you saw that conclusion, when you say the competency process, you know that the next step is to be medicated, correct?
So if somebody is deemed incompetent to stand trial because of a psychiatric illness,
Mhm.
Yes, they typically go to an inpatient setting. They may do something on an outpatient basis, but typically when we say somebody's incompetent due to a mental illness, it's because they are psychotic and need meds.
Okay. In this case, were you aware if he had taken any meds, or are you hypothetically saying that that's the normal process?
So that's so in this case, so that is the normal process. In this case, I became aware that he was sent to the hospital for restoration, was medicated, and then returned to the jail.
Did you know that before or after you went and spoke with him?
Oh, good question.
I know you had the discovery packet, but
Yes, so I knew in a general sense, I didn't know all the details.
when you say the details, do you mean how long he was hospitalized?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know what medications he was put on?
When I went there, I don't think I did.
Okay. Do you know if you were aware if they were psychotropic medications or other?
I don't know, I did not know when I saw him what meds he had been on at COVH.
Okay. So as you're going in, you're aware that other doctors or somebody had made a ruling that he was not able to participate in proceedings, went to the hospital, and then he was back and you were interviewing him.
Correct,
Okay.
yes,
Some limitations because you didn't have all the information you would eventually get.
correct.
Okay. When you are there, you're aware of the nature of the offenses, correct?
Yes.
And when you start talking with Mr. Foster, can you give me your general impression? Was he willing to talk to you?
He was.
And when you spoke with him, you did an MFAS test. Was that based on reactions that he gave? Were you suspicious of malingering?
I was.
Okay. Is that standard suspicion, or was it suspicion specific to his case? I know you think critically when you're listening to information.
Yes, so I don't do the MFAST as a matter of rule with everybody.
Okay.
I only give it if there's some red flags. So if somebody is telling me that they experience symptoms that I know are not bona fide, I may give an MFAST. Or if they present in a way that makes me think, okay, I think they're trying to you know, exaggerating.
Okay. That seems like in an interview, the point at which you now believe somebody is not being honest with you or they're exaggerating symptoms seems like a fork in the road in an interview. Is that fair to say?
I don't know, because I don't know exactly what you mean by fork in the road.
Sure. It means now you've got somebody who's not being honest with you sitting opposite you. So you're not just scrutinizing because it's best practice. You're now scrutinizing because you think they're intentionally deceiving you. Is that fair?
So,
Malingering's exaggerating
sure,
or
sure, sure,
hiding.
sure, sure, sure. So it's not like a whole cloth, oh, I'm gonna think that you're lying to me about everything, but it's a red flag for me to look specifically into what I think that they may be exaggerating about.
What was the red flag that made you decide he needed to do an MFAS?
Absolutely. So the red flag was he was very willing to tell me about his psychiatric symptoms.
And that to you was unusual.
Yes,
I think
yes,
you
yes,
put
yes.
in your report that for people living with serious mental illnesses, that oftentimes they are not anxious to talk about it, correct?
Correct,
Okay. And in his case, he was very willing to speak with you.
yes,
Okay. Now, you know, as you sit here today, that he had been given 3 competency reports by 3 different doctors, correct?
yes,
Okay. And that subsequent to that, he had also taken 3 NGRI reports before you got there, so you would have been his 7th psychological evaluation as part of this case, right?
I didn't know the numbers for the NGRI stuff, but fair to say, I knew he'd been evaluated before.
Now, do you believe me that you were the 7th time he had been evaluated at the Lincoln County Jail as part of this case?
Yeah, I don't think
Okay.
you would misrepresent that to me.
No, I don't think so. When you do an MFAS, it's talking about looking for malingering in the context of people living with a serious mental illness. So you said, oftentimes people who have a serious mental illness don't want to talk about it.
Correct.
There were some differences about him than other people who are living with a serious mental illness, right?
There were some differences from him.
Sure. One, he has been evaluated 6 times, talking about the same relevant information, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
So with that backdrop, having been interviewed and interviewed and interviewed, you would expect there to be a little more willingness to speak with you, given that at this point he's almost practiced at talking to people.
You know, not necessarily, and here's why I say that. So, one of the things I do in the course of my employment is I'm the forensic monitor for 12 counties. So I keep track of everybody that's been found not NGRI, or has been found NGRI, okay? And so these are folks that, some of whom I have been monitoring for 25 years. These are folks that are chronically mentally ill. They are primarily schizophrenia diagnoses. And they have been evaluated a gajillion times. That doesn't mean, though, that they have insight into the fact that they are mentally ill and are willing to disclose that or talk about it or willing to acknowledge it.
On an average day, when you talk to somebody who does have schizophrenia, do you have access to their medical records?
Depends on the context. If
Okay.
it's one of my equities, yes. If it is somebody that is new to me who I'm evaluating, no.
In this case, you didn't know what medication he had been treated with or for how long, correct?
Yeah, I don't think I knew that at the time. But I
Missing some of the context that might have helped you put this into context. Is that fair to say?
I mean, I don't know that that would have necessarily changed my decision to do the MFAST. Because, you know, as we have talked about kind of ad nauseum over the past couple of days, you know, you've got to look at different hypotheses and rule them out. And in these cases, malingering is a major hypothesis that we need to rule out.
Well, malingering is not a hypothesis of the ultimate issue you have to find, right?
It does factor into one of the 3 prongs, right? So mental disease, mental defect, knowledge of wrongfulness. If somebody is feigning or exaggerating symptoms, that goes into whether or not they have a serious mental disease.
Let me do the really basic part then so you don't have to list 3 again.
Okay.
You found, as did every other doctor who evaluated him, that he had a serious mental illness, correct?
Absolutely. We all agree.
Okay. And when you say we all, you're talking about the 7 evaluations plus the collateral records where other doctors spoke with him.
When I say we all agree, I mean the 4 of us that did the NGRIs.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then nobody found that he had a intellectual disability, kind of an outdated term, I think, but
Yeah.
he didn't have a physiological problem. This was psychological, correct?
When you say physiological, I think that means physical. I don't think it's a physical problem. I also don't think he has any cognitive deficits.
Okay, so you had made the finding that was necessary as far as him being somebody who suffered from a serious mental illness. You needed to know whether or not that mental illness impaired his ability to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct, right?
I needed to find out if he knew, not appreciated, if he knew the wrongfulness.
Okay, so that's really the only thing that was left to do. You diagnosed him with having a serious mental illness. You understood that, and what you needed to figure out was that second part, right?
Well, I needed to figure out all three as part of the evaluation. The results of my evaluation suggested to me that he has a serious mental illness, doesn't have a severe mental defect.
Okay. How long did it take you to figure out he had a serious mental illness? You spent 2 hours and 15 minutes with him.
I did, yeah, I did.
How far in?
Well, it's not, you never just make a decision based on what you are seeing in front of you. That's why we get all the collateral stuff. So that's why I wanted to talk to his mom. That's why I wanted to get the records.
So when you were in there, did you ever decide that he had a serious mental illness? During the interview you had with him? You're making it sound like he needed to see other things besides what was in front of you. Is that fair?
Well, we always have to see other things. Like one of the cardinal rules of forensic evaluations is you don't just go on your interaction with the defendant. You have to get all that third-party information so that you can get other people's observations.
Can you tell me which of that third-party information, including the investigation into February 4th, you had an opportunity to review and have in your mind as you met with Mr. Foster?
So I had information from the discovery materials. Yeah.
Did that include the video where he's being interrogated by the police?
Actually, I had not seen that one before I talked to him.
Okay, so you had more of a factual legal group of findings by the police as far as what they could document happened, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand that you're describing finding a serious mental illness to be a work in progress. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yeah.
Okay, during the time that you're with him, you're developing a hypothesis, you want to look at some other stuff too.
Yes.
Upon reviewing the collateral evidence, there's nothing to suggest that he didn't have a serious mental illness, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you were able to make definitively a conclusion. Your opinion was he had a serious mental illness.
Yeah, and I guess technically, I said it incorrectly, it's serious mental disease, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then as you look backwards, you have to say, okay, now compare reality to what he was thinking, because the problem is you have to figure out at this point, you know you got a serious mental illness, you got to figure out whether or not he understood the wrongfulness of his conduct.
Whether he knew.
Okay? Whether he knew the wrongfulness of his conduct.
Yes.
Okay. So now that you're looking backwards at your interview, you have to figure out what he knew at the time.
Yes.
Okay. I've heard you testifying for quite a while as the prosecution asked you questions, and I haven't heard you talk about what you believed he understood at the time yet. Is that fair to say? I haven't heard you say Bruce seemed to believe this.
So here's what I think, so are you asking me what I think he was?
Let me make sure to ask you in a way
Yeah.
that, because I think this theme will come up again, okay?
Okay,
You and I are living in what we believe is reality, fair?
yes,
We're rational.
yes,
Okay, we don't suffer from delusions,
no,
and we're not seriously mentally ill.
no,
Okay, so as you and I are talking, we're having a shared perception of reality.
yes,
When you evaluate somebody who you believe has a serious mental illness, like Bruce Foster did, you have to look at their perception of reality to know whether or not they understood the wrongfulness of their conduct, right?
yes, whether they knew the wrongfulness.
Okay, so you've got to do a little bit of evaluation of what they believed and compare it to your concept of reality. Is that fair?
So I have to look at what they were thinking and doing at the time, and see if there's evidence in what they were thinking and doing that they knew what they were doing was wrong.
Okay.
That's what I got. That's my job.
Factually, it is impossible to know what someone's thinking. Can you and I agree on that?
Sure.
To look into somebody's mind, you're going to have to draw conclusions based on things you see them doing and things that you hear them say about what they did.
Yes, so we
Okay.
look at their behavior during the time period in question as one indicator.
That's one indicator. Another one would be what they said, right?
Sure, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So as you testified, you did a lot of evaluation of you comparing what you saw to what Bruce did. I haven't heard you talk yet about Bruce's account of what happened from your interview. Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
Okay,
Okay.
so
I want to be able to compare, and I'm going to do some version of this because I know that Bruce has a serious mental illness and was delusional at the time, February the 4th.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
and you agree with me on that part?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think
So
too,
if we can, then what we want to do is look at the things that happened, and I think you and I can agree on some of the realities of what was going on,
Okay.
but then as you dive into what he understood or what he knew at the time, that's gonna be a different evaluation, okay? And I get confused because you can almost use them interchangeably.
okay.
Let me give you an example.
So-
When we talk about pardon, you heard the prosecutor ask about pardons, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm an attorney, I have this concept of what a pardon is, right?
Yes,
Nobody cares what my concept is for figuring out what Bruce was thinking, because Bruce isn't an attorney, and when he uses that word, if I use my definition, I have now put my mind into his definition, and what I really need to know is what it meant to him.
right. And what it meant to him was that he could act unlawfully, that he would have an excuse, or he
Dr.
would
Marciani,
have
if
the
you could.
ability to kill somebody, whereas other people wouldn't. That's what that meant to him.
So I think you've testified a bunch of times in court before, and I don't want this to be a recurring thing. I want us to be able to talk, but if I ask you a yes or no question, if you could just stick with me, okay?
I'll try, but these are complex issues,
That's
and
fine.
sometimes
You'll have a
you
chance
can't.
to ask questions
Yep.
on that. Prosecutor.
I'll try to give you a chance to
Okay.
expound, but I want to make sure that we're getting to some of the stuff that I want to talk about. Okay. You talked about Bruce in your report,
Yes,
not being wholly disconnected, okay?
yes,
Okay. When you say wholly disconnected, what you're talking about is having some concepts of things that were going on that would match yours and my reality of what was happening at any given moment. He could see some of the same stuff and would have understood some of the same stuff. Is that fair? This can be a yes or no question. Like, here, let me do the easy one that we've already talked about. Like, at the cafeteria, everybody gets in line. You and I could go get in line and get food. He might know exactly where that line was, even if he was delusional, right?
yes,
Okay, so in that kind of an example, he's not wholly disconnected. He sees the same line we do and he knows it's time to get lunch, right?
yes,
Okay, so when you say he's not wholly disconnected, you're saying he definitely was able to see reality. Isn't that fairly universal with people who are schizophrenic? They're not wholly disconnected?
sure,
Okay. They're gonna have different beliefs because of delusions that they may or may not be suffering from.
yes,
Amongst delusions are auditory hallucinations, is that fair?
no,
Okay. Auditory hallucinations are something that you do know that Bruce was suffering from, or at least reported, right?
yes,
That brings up an interesting point that I just said. There's no way for you to know if people are hearing voices except they're self-reported, correct?
no,
Okay. And you've diagnosed people with auditory hallucinations before, correct?
yes,
And that's because you heard what they said and you said, yep, that tracks with what else I'm seeing.
not necessarily no.
Okay, but you're trying to look inside of their mind and taking their self-report as a data point.
There are other data points though with hallucinations.
Okay.
So,
When it comes to hallucinations, we talked about a little bit about police with other doctors, and you had the benefit of watching the other two doctors testify, right?
yeah,
Okay, you heard them talking about the mafia. I
Yes.
haven't heard you mention that since you've been up here. Tell me how you evaluated Bruce's belief in the mafia and their persecution of him.
sure. He told me that he was worried about the mafia. He was paranoid of his mother and the mafia.
Okay, when you say his mother and the mafia, did he talk to you, or did you see you listed a lot of collateral records?
Yeah,
I'm not holding you responsible for everything in them, okay? But during some of those collateral records, he endorsed his mother participating with the mafia, or being a part of it. Did you see that in the collateral records?
yes,
Okay, so he thinks his mother, probably the closest relationship in this kind of loner's life, he says he thinks his mom's in the mafia. You saw that in collateral records.
yes,
Okay. You also mentioned that amongst the things that he believed was that co-workers were part of the mafia.
yes,
Okay. And he believed that the mafia was operating through the Columbus Police Department specifically.
yes,
Okay. He also thought that some federal agencies were part of the mafia, right?
I don't know about that. but-
Okay. Okay. And then you're hearing a theme that the police pick up on when they're doing an interview, which is Bruce is suspicious of the police, correct?
Yes,
Okay. When somebody is endorsing repeatedly, since all the way back in 2022, concern about the police department being infiltrated by the mafia, that's something you would want to take into account, correct?
sure,
and I'm gonna ask you as we get to it, how you took it into account, but it's just looking into what he reported believing and then comparing it to what you saw, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And that's why I'm doing this thing, but it's
No,
just
that's
to
fine.
try to help you understand, I'm trying to look at it his way. Okay. You talked about a really basic thing, which was Bruce carrying a weapon and taking it to work, right?
Yes.
You are aware from collateral records that you've now looked at that Bruce had bought a gun several months before, and I mean a handgun, correct?
Yes.
You said when he was interviewed that he didn't want to tell the police anything incriminating, correct?
Yes.
But when you watch that interview, he actually says that he owns a gun to the police, right?
Yes, he's coy initially, and he does mention.
Absolutely, he doesn't want to be forthcoming with them. Now, in the context of believing that they may be mafia, that makes a little bit more sense for why he may be coy with them, right?
Sure, but remember, he did not report any of that to me around this specific circumstance.
You found that out later as you looked at collateral sources?
Yes, he
Okay.
was worried that the police were going to hurt him because he had hurt others.
That's a good point. You heard him say, as I left, I was concerned that the police were going to hurt me, right?
Yes.
What you now know in our objective reality is that he reported being afraid of the police getting him after February the 4th, correct? After he's leaving in the Uber.
Yes,
Now, what we know is that he wasn't driving a car, right?
correct.
The Uber driver, he actually doesn't disclose that he has fired a weapon inside of a building because he doesn't want him to throw him out or be scared of him, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so he wants out of there, and the Uber driver is the means by which he's going to do that.
Yes.
Okay. That stays consistent, and he in fact does leave, right?
Yes.
But at the same time, when you're talking to Bruce about what happened on that day, he says, I'm afraid I'm going to be hurt, right? When he's in that Uber, he is scared of the police, right? That they may kill him?
He doesn't tell, well, he tells me that he is afraid the police is going to kill him because of his actions at the warehouse, not
Okay.
because they're part of some mafia.
Let
you
me
know.
ask you then, as he's got this mafia delusion going on that dates pretty far back, like a couple of years, he's saying, I don't want the police to find me, and he's now got that delusion, and he's also got the reality that he no longer has a gun. He's an unarmed man leaving work in a car he's not even driving. At that point, is being afraid of the police killing you still a rational thought? Or does that sound like somebody who's just afraid of the police?
No, I think that's rational.
You think it's rational that an
Yes.
unarmed... If I could stop you, you're saying that the police may shoot an unarmed man who's not driving a car?
He has been implicated in shooting other people. And I absolutely believe that somebody who knows that they have just committed a serious crime and knows that the police are going to be after him, knows that they could be at risk of being shot.
But our objective reality says the police don't go up and shoot unarmed people, correct? If you have a different take on this, feel free to let me know.
I'm not going to say that they don't.
They would have guns drawn and they would be taking him seriously, but
Yeah.
he doesn't have a gun anymore. And you and I both know that in that Uber he didn't have one, right?
Correct,
Okay,
but we also
But if
know
he's
that.
afraid of getting killed,
Yeah.
you gotta look at why he's afraid of being killed. And what you're saying is, you can see a reason that he could be. Maybe it's because there was lethal force inside and they're gonna shoot him to death, right?
Yeah, no, I think he had a rational understanding of that situation. He knew that he had engaged in a very dangerous, lethal behavior for which the police would be looking for him and
Sure.
they would not be happy.
Give me an irrational, specific to Bruce interpretation of that same dynamic. He's leaving the scene, the police are on the way. With what you now know from collateral records, what's the other reason that Bruce might not want the police to be near him?
So you want me to make up a reason?
Nope, I want you to try to look inside of his mind, because
But he
ultimately
told
that's
me.
your conclusion.
But he told me what he was thinking.
That he was afraid of being killed by the police.
Yes, because he had just hurt people.
He wasn't afraid of the police for the same reason that he had been since 2022. This time it was different.
Correct. This time it was different because he had just shot 4 people.
Okay. No, I understand something illegal had happened inside of there. So as he's talking to you, your interpretation was, this doesn't have anything to do with the mafia or delusional beliefs. It just has to do with the fact, makes sense to me, you commit an offense inside of there, the police may kill you.
No, because what he told me fit with the other data points.
It doesn't fit with the data point that he doesn't have a gun, though. Police don't go shoot you if you're unarmed and you say, I don't want to get shot, I'm right here. He still had that option, didn't he?
Objection.
Basis?
I mean, the police not shooting people, she just testified.
She's
to it.
answered your question. You've asked her this several times.
Okay,
Sustained.
I'm going to continue to go through sort of looking at this the way rationally we may agree upon it,
Okay.
and then ask to look at it the way that specifically Bruce may look at it, okay? You talked a little bit about, skip ahead just a little bit if you'll let me.
Okay.
You talked about believing that Bruce going to that warehouse on February the 4th had, and I'm, here, let me give you your first reference, page 35 of your 39-page report.
Okay. Give me just a second, okay? Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, second to last paragraph, you are now pulling collateral records. And I've got you noting that the Licking County Jail notes him to be free of any abnormalities and thought content, and his stream of thought was coherent and organized,
Yes,
and his mood and affect were appropriate.
yes.
Okay. What collateral record did you pull that from? Were those jail physician's notes, or were those law enforcement, as in
Those-
sheriff's deputies?
Those were records I got from the jail. I don't know the specific document.
Okay. Were you aware at that point that multiple other doctors had seen him at the jail and were able to diagnose him with a serious mental illness based on those very concepts, abnormalities in thought, stream of consent, mood and affect being inappropriate?
Was I aware when?
That doctors had gone in and seen him and evaluated those concepts, and that note that you put in there is in contrast to what 3 other psychologists found during the competency portion.
Okay, and I don't know specifically what the other doctor said about him in that time frame.
You were aware, though, like you said, that he had been found not competent and restored and returned to the jail, right?
Yes,
Okay. You note that the Licking County Jail says he doesn't have abnormalities in thought and that his stream of thought was coherent and organized, correct?
yes, when he returned to the jail from CODH,
Okay.
after he'd been treated.
There were also pretty significant notes from people in your profession who said that he's having abnormalities in his thought, and that matches with what you diagnosed him with, correct?
Yes, I think he's got a mental illness.
Okay. So when you're putting this in here, and you're talking about his ability during the Licking County Jail time to not have those kinds of symptoms, are you saying this is after he's been restored and at this point only, or was that did that include before he had been restored?
So I'm referencing information that was in the jail records. I believe that was after he got back from COBH.
Okay, so it's after he was prescribed?
Yes.
Okay. You weren't sure what the prescription was, but whatever it was, they're now saying he is now free from some of the symptoms, correct?
Yes, that's what
Okay.
the jail was saying about him,
Okay.
yes.
The next line says, the results of his presentation suggest a rational motive for Mr. Foster's alleged offense-related behavior.
Yes,
Okay, and I'm going to reference your report, so I want to make sure you and I are at the same slide. Okay. When you say that there's a rational motive, are you saying a motive that you can understand with your concept of reality?
no, I'm saying that there was a motive that we can understand based on his reality and
Okay.
his concept of reality.
Would you agree with me that there's more than one way to look at the reality that he saw, since we have to collect information and guess what was going on in his mind?
So I'm looking at the data points, right? So the data points say, and the data fell together. He told me that he went to work that day, it was a normal day of work. He told me he ran into his mom before he left. His mom corroborated that. They had a similar account, that she showed up trying to be helpful, and that he was paranoid of her and he didn't accept her help, okay? They both were in tune with that. He said he was having a normal day.
Can I stop you right there? Mom's at his apartment saying, I'll give you a ride, correct?
Yeah,
One of the things you note, for another reason that he may have gone to KBC and shot at people in the warehouse is at the top of page 36. You say that he was in economic distress, right?
Yes,
So if he's in economic distress and that is what's motivating him, right now he's got a ride and he doesn't have to spend any money. That should alleviate some of his stress, correct?
sure.
But he doesn't take the ride. Are you saying doesn't take the ride and that's part of what caused the stress?
Yeah, that would be hard.
Because
what
he's
else
got to
there?
pay now for an Uber, right?
Yeah,
And that's a good demonstration of the depth to which, even though he's got these other stressors, anything's better than riding with his mom, right?
sure, yeah,
And specifically, he's trying to get away from being short on resources, but his belief that his mom's trying to hurt him trumps that motivation at the moment.
yeah, in that moment,
Okay.
Okay.
And you pointed out that he's lost his job at Chipotle, correct?
yes,
Okay. You put that he had been fired. Whether or not he was fired, it was his belief he had been fired, right?
yes,
He's just not working there anymore. We don't need to figure it out. Between you and I, whatever's going on, he thinks he's been fired, right?
yeah, yes,
Financial stressor, and that's something you and I can agree on. He has less money because he's not working there anymore, right?
yes,
Okay. You noted that, and you're saying this could be a stressor for anyone, and that part of him that lives in the same world we do, he's got to figure out how to put a roof over his head, and this is stressful to not have your job.
yes,
Okay. When you talk about it in your report, you say that the results of the present evaluation further suggest that there was a rational motive for his alleged offense-related behavior, correct?
yes,
Okay. And then you give a list of sentences that support it, including that he had been fired, right?
yes,
That he was at risk of being fired from KDC 1, correct?
yes,
He wasn't performing well at school, something that you'd think he probably cares about since he enrolled in school, right?
yeah, he told me he cared about it,
Okay.
yeah,
And then you're talking about him not having the money to get to and from work well,
Yes.
correct? Okay. What is the rational motive with those things in the backdrop to go into a warehouse and shoot people that you were referencing?
yeah, so, remember, he told me that when he got to work, he kind of worked his day, and then, he got upset, because of his line assignment, and that was a reminder to him of how crappy his life was. And,
Absolutely, so he's expressing, I'm frustrated, but that doesn't make it rational to shoot at people, does it?
I think he was taking his frustration out on his coworkers.
That's something you and I can understand, right? Somebody cuts me off in traffic and they honk my horn because I'm frustrated with them, right?
Yes,
There's a competing hypothesis here, which is that he believed that his coworkers were part of the reason that he was in this situation, right?
yes,
Okay, so as you compare those two competing hypotheses, one of them that you see as rational is that he was under financial stress.
yes,
Okay.
absolutely,
And then on the opposite side, it's another hypothesis that's out there, that he's a seriously mentally ill man who was delusional about what his coworkers were doing to him, right?
yeah, but the two things can be true at once.
Absolutely, and you have to weigh and balance those two things to decide which one you believe, right?
So he could be seriously mentally ill
Mhm.
and delusional, but also have real life stressors. And there are other data points that support the fact that the financial stuff, I think the financial stuff was the breaking point for him. Okay,
Well, it
one of the-
definitely happens around the same time, doesn't it?
Yes,
Okay.
and one of the witnesses says that they hear him make a comment about not being able to pay his rent.
Which witness is that?
I got the name. It was in a witness statement.
It's okay, I don't need it.
Yeah.
I want to know, when you say there could be two competing hypotheses.
No,
what-
I said two things could be true at once.
Could the two
They
things that are
both be
true
happening.
also be that he suffers from a serious mental illness and that his delusion about what's going on at his work is what's prompting him to do what he's doing?
Sure, it could,
And then
however,
a rational one that you and I might understand is more like, hey, he's under a lot of stress. He just lost his job, right?
right, but
Those are
again,
the two things we have to compare as we try to look into his mind.
yes, and
Thank you.
again, there's data to support the fact
Absolutely.
that the
I'll let them-
financial stuff, was a breaking point for him. He even says in his interview with the police,
Dr. Marcio,
my biggest problem is finances.
I don't want to start cutting you off. I respect
Yeah.
your opinion, and I just want to make sure we're fleshing this out. But when I'm asking you some of these things, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. I just want to get to some points here, okay?
Okay,
Okay. He goes to work and works approximately 7.5 hours of a approximately 8.5 hour entrance to exit time.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yes,
Okay. If the stress of things that he walked into the door with was what was acting upon him, working for 7.5 hours before acting seems a little at odds with the stress getting worse throughout his shift, doesn't it?
well, see, so what
If
he.
the answer is no, that's okay.
Yeah, the answer is no. What he told me is, and what I think the data shows, is that he went to work sort of as normal, right? We see him walking in normal, he doesn't look distressed, he does his day. He tells me that after he has his break is when he starts getting agitated.
Okay. Break to me sounds like a good part of the day, okay? You're saying that when you talk to him, that's when he endorses starting to feel really agitated, okay?
Right, he told me that it wasn't until after his break that he
You've
started
tied,
feeling.
you've tied some of that back to some things that you saw, including that he had already lost his job. He knew that as he walked in the door, right?
Yes, yeah,
Okay. He already wasn't getting good grades at school. That didn't change partway through his shift, did it?
no,
Okay, I'm asking obvious ones, so, yeah,
that's okay.
lawyer here. And you're talking about the financial stress he was under. He's working most of his shift before he makes any decision that's, in our minds, absolutely illegal to pull out his gun, right?
Yes,
You know that he's been carrying his gun to and from work for some period of time, don't you?
I knew he had been carrying it, he told me he had been carrying it to Chipotle.
To Chipotle?
Yeah,
He's carrying a gun with him to make sure that he's safe, is what he reports, right?
that's what he told me, yeah.
On the day in question, he puts that gun away and he goes and works a 7.5 hour shift making some sort of hourly wage, right?
Yes,
He's not collecting a penny of that if he has a plan at the end of his shift to start murdering people because he's not getting a paycheck from there out, right?
right,
Okay. So that's a data point that doesn't suggest it makes much sense for him to be at work. Fair?
that's.
Why work your shift if you're not getting paid?
So, right, and I don't think that he left that morning necessarily intending to kill them that day. I think he was carrying his gun with him, and, because he had it on him periodically, as
Had
you
a
just
gun.
said.
Yeah, had the gun with him, but something changed partway through the shift, right?
Yes, he said he got agitated,
And
realized how crappy his life was.
Okay. And that's something that you take his word for. He starts to get agitated, his life's crappy, right?
Yes, I believe.
Collateral records talk about what was going on to his coworkers who were around him, correct?
Collateral records taught. Rephrase
Witness,
that for me.
witness statements in
Yeah.
that discovery packet you got talk
Yeah.
about what his coworkers saw, right?
Yes, they saw that he smelled like marijuana. Somebody said he looked high. Yeah,
But notably about the day, all of them describe a pretty normal shift.
yes,
Would you agree with me?
yes,
These are people who he works around 5 days a week who are at the same job they're always at, working right next to the same guy they always work next to, right?
yeah,
Nobody reports having an argument or a fight with him, correct?
correct.
None of them are in any way related to human resources who end up being victims, correct?
Yeah, I think one of them may have reported him, to human resources, but I don't think he shot a human
If I
resource.
told you that was somebody who isn't one of the victims in the case, would you take my word for it?
Yeah, I don't think he lied to me about that.
Okay, yeah, I would. Okay, so the people who eventually become targets, as you watch the video, don't look random. Is that fair to say?
No, it looked like he was intentionally going to certain people and shooting them.
Okay, and those certain people report that in a reality you and I could understand, they had no problem with him at all, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If his life is crappy, none of those people that we're talking about had anything to do with his life being crappy, correct?
Presumably not, no.
Okay. But they are very much targets like you've already talked about and specifically sought, correct?
Yes,
Okay, now this is one of those times that I'm gonna take a step over here and say, with what you understood about him and his beliefs about the mafia persecuting him and his co-workers being in the mafia, isn't this one of those times that there's an alternative hypothesis that possibly he believes that his co-workers are in the mafia and something's going on that you and I would never understand if we stood next to him.
sure. But
And
that doesn't mean
7
that he didn't know that it was wrong.
Okay, but you think that it's very possible, 7 some hours into his shift when he's very aggravated, nothing's happened you and I would have detected, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and you know, one of the hypotheses is he's under financial strain, but none of that's changed during his shift, right?
Right,
Okay, and then he's not getting paid if he does something illegal and he's thinking, gosh, I'm about to do something illegal, I'm gonna have to run and hide out from the police he would never collect any money, right?
Right?
So the hypothesis that you give, that he's under a lot of pressure and that's why he does it, doesn't make a lot of sense for working most of his shift and then engaging in criminal conduct.
So it doesn't make sense if you are trying to say that by engaging in this behavior, he was trying to solve his financial problems.
It wouldn't solve his financial problem, it would do the opposite.
Exactly,
Right.
exactly. But it makes sense from the
It wouldn't be
standpoint-
rational, right?
Right, but, and I'm not saying that he did this to try to solve his financial
Okay.
issues. What I'm saying is that, I think he was under a lot of stress, he was frustrated with work, he knew that he was at risk of getting fired, he didn't want to get fired, and he engaged in workplace violence
I'm
that
gonna-
follows a typical pattern of folks that go and shoot up their workplace. So I think he was, it's rational in the sense that it hangs together as to why it happened then and why it happened there. But I don't think he was trying to solve his financial issues.
It couldn't solve anything possibly in a world you and I understand, right?
No, it wasn't solving his problems, but he was taking his anger out on
It
his
didn't even
coworkers.
target the people who you believe might be the subject of his anger. Somebody who maybe was gonna fire him, right?
No, he didn't, he shot people he knew. He
And
shot the people he worked
They're
with.
people who are on the same level as him, by and large. These are just people doing warehouse jobs, right?
Yes,
Okay, they're not in the C-suite somewhere making a decision that later comes to light, correct?
yes.
And when I say later comes to light, what I mean is, at that point, Bruce didn't understand there was a conversation about firing him.
He told me that he thought he was gonna get fired.
So if he's worried about getting fired, as you talk to him a year later, after he's been treated with psychiatric medications, that would make sense to you. But have you had a chance to look at the collateral records and know that nobody had made him aware that he might be fired? Like nobody's telling him from KDC-1?
But he had been pulled in. They had pulled him in and talked to him about, like it was in January.
It was in January.
Like in the 20s.
Yeah.
That he had been late and that he was at, he couldn't get more tickets, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he knew.
Do you know the context of that conversation? They told him, hey, this is your last warning, you're in some trouble, you gotta start stepping up your performance. You're aware of that, right?
That's my understanding of that
Do you
conversation.
know that those guys are supposed to fire you when you get 10 points for lateness or skipping work?
Yeah, and I don't know the specifics of
No.
kind of their point system, but I know they pulled him in
Can
and
I
said.
give you a specific then and see with different information if you draw a different conclusion?
Okay,
At 10 points, some of which are for being late and some of which are for aren't going at all, you get fired according to their policy, okay?
okay,
He's at 23 points at the end of this case on February the 4th.
okay.
They're not following their policy very well, okay?
Ooh, yeah, he's on borrowed time.
It feels like it, but another interpretation of borrowed time is they're not really following their manual, and so for him to draw a strong conclusion when he's going to work every day is putting our idea of borrowed time into the mind of a man who's just showing up to work every day and nothing's happening.
Well, but one of the points you've been really focused on is his perception. And his perception, at the very least, was that he was gonna get fired.
His
And so-
perception is he was worried about getting fired, right?
No. He told me that he thought he was gonna get fired and he was hoping he would not.
Okay. Well, he does go to work and work his whole shift and nobody says anything to him that day. Can we agree on that part?
Yes.
Okay. You have talked at some length about a plan, and that being something that you look for, correct?
Plan?
Yes. A plan and carrying it out, the prosecutor's calling it goal-directed behavior.
Oh,
Okay.
older behavior, yes.
Whatever you guys are talking about, I'm trying to piggyback that concept and talk to you about it, okay?
Okay,
Goal-directed behavior means you want a certain outcome and you're gonna act towards that outcome, correct?
yes.
Okay. You could even take several steps, as in, and I'm just gonna keep using the same metaphor. You wanna eat, you're in a mental hospital, you walk to the cafeteria, correct?
Okay,
You're planning to eat, aren't you?
yes,
Okay. You sit down and you wait for a tray to come around. You're still planning to eat, right?
yes,
You get your tray and you start eating the food, correct?
yes,
Okay. You've done a few things, moved yourself, sat in an appropriate manner, and waited until the right time to get food.
yes,
Okay. You've taken multiple steps to do something that you want, right?
okay,
By the same token, you could take multiple steps to do something that you felt like you had to do, couldn't you?
sure.
And if you're under the mistaken belief that you are about to be hurt or killed, you could take several steps to avoid that. And although it's a plan, it's multiple steps. The key determination is still whether or not you understand the wrongfulness of your conduct, correct?
Whether you know.
Okay, whether you know the wrongfulness of your conduct.
Yes.
Okay, you and I keep.
Yeah, words have meaning, and no is a very easy bar to clear. It's less sophisticated than understand, and even less sophisticated than appreciate.
Fair enough. So, if Bruce goes to work that day and takes steps to conceal the fact that he has a firearm with him,
Yes,
much like going to the cafeteria, this is something that you might not want to do, that you can take multiple steps to carry out a plan. Is that fair to say?
you lost me in the question.
Sure. You could do multiple things, and just because you have a plan doesn't mean you know the wrongfulness of that plan.
Yes,
It doesn't have to be spontaneous, and oops, I thought I understood that. You could do a couple different things, couldn't you?
sure, you could have a plan and do something that you don't know is wrong.
Right. Because you understand enough of reality, you're not wholly detached. You understand how to carry out a plan, just like you know how to get to work, right?
Sure,
And he pulled that off that day, correct?
yes,
He's not functioning at an exceptionally high level, but he does get there to work.
yes, yes.
Okay, okay. But just like that, if he decided my life is in danger, carrying out a plan to thwart that danger that he's in is something that he could do without or knowing the wrongfulness of his conduct, right?
Right, it's also something he could do while knowing the wrongfulness.
Absolutely. I know there's a competing theory, and I understand that's where you
No.
get to. I know you're not going to change your mind. I just want to make sure you and I are agreeing.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
and I think all four of us have agreed that he knew the wrongfulness. All four examiners.
Well, okay, let's talk about that. Knew the wrongfulness. He knew that killing was wrong, or made some statement. Very simple like that, right?
Yes,
Words have meaning. Killing's wrong, right?
yes.
You're not of the belief as you sit here that killing is 100% of the time wrong, are you?
I think killing it's legally wrong. There are times in which
Can I give
people
you a
feel justified in doing so. So if it's in self-defense or something like that, but that doesn't mean that it is not still illegal.
Okay. When you start talking about illegal, now you're talking about your understanding and my understanding of what the law is. Fair to say? Legal or illegal is also oftentimes what these rules are used for over a period of time.
Yeah, it's what society sees as being
Okay.
lawful or unlawful.
You understand that there's such a thing as killing is wrong, but given the circumstances, sometimes it's not wrong. Is that fair?
That is a justification for engaging in that behavior.
As you analyzed his behavior, did
Yeah.
you have the idea that it's not always 100% of the time wrong to kill? Did you think that, or do you think it is always wrong to kill?
I think based on his account of what happened, that he knew that it was wrong to kill in that circumstance.
In that specific circumstance?
He told me
Then
that
let
he
me come
knew
back
better.
to the point. You haven't talked about the mafia nearly the way the other doctors or the other collateral records have.
Mhm.
If you integrate his mistaken belief that the mafia was out to get him, he may have an understanding really different than what you and I could objectively understand, correct?
He would have, what that speaks to is his motivation to kill. That doesn't mean that he didn't know that it was unlawful to kill. And there's evidence,
What you're saying is you believe he understood the lawfulness or justification as in a self-defense type of argument?
here's what I'm saying. I'm saying that he knew that it was wrong to kill. He felt justified in doing so.
Why would he feel justified?
As you keep saying, because of the mafia stuff.
Because he believed that the mafia was going to kill him by the end of his shift, right?
Well, he didn't tell me that.
Okay. You have
That's-
learned that from other reports, right?
Yes, he's told other people that.
So if he thinks it's wrong to kill, but justified in his situation, what you would have to know is he really believe in this mafia stuff? Or does he just think that he's gonna malinger his way through this?
Oh, and you're right. I mean, he could just be trying to malinger his way through it.
Is that the first time it's
Yeah.
occurred to you that
You're
this
right.
delusional belief in the mafia acted on him that day?
No.
Okay,
No.
so you have to consider whether or not he knew the wrongfulness, and you're saying he knew it's wrong to kill, but he felt justified, as in a legal justification, right?
So what I'm saying, and what all four of us have said, is that he knew the wrongfulness. Okay? Stinson testified that he knew it was legally wrong. Tilly said today that he knew it was wrong. And I believe Dr. O'Donnell says in her report that he knew it was wrong.
Can I stop you? When you say it's wrong, are you saying killing is wrong, or that the ultimate issue at a trial would be that Bruce understood it was wrong?
I think that he knew it was wrong. That's what
Even
I'm
in
saying.
light of believing that the mafia was participating in his
Yes.
workplace?
Yes, and there's all kinds of examples, okay? So here are some of them.
Can
The
I-
fact that,
Could I give you a couple other data points then to compare that with?
I'd like to finish my thought first.
I'll let them,
He is.
they will do that.
Next,
Okay.
this is getting awfully argumentative. I don't think
Understood,
she's
Your-
gonna change her position.
No, I understand.
But you've asked her this now several times. She stuck to her answer.
No, I understand. Other data points being that at the end of this shift, the people that were picked out didn't make sense to you. These weren't people who were persecuting him, right?
No, that's not what I was referring to.
Okay, let me just move on. You talk about the fact that he understood guns could be dangerous, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing wrong with knowing guns are dangerous, even in a delusional state. That's understanding our reality, even when you live in his, right?
Yeah, I mean, he understood that guns were dangerous.
Okay. We talked about after the shooting, him changing clothes, correct?
Yes.
He changes clothes, but as you review the video, you don't have difficulty making out who Bruce Foster is when you review the video, do you?
No, I mean, I knew who he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was using the tools he had. He didn't have a lot of great options.
Well, the tools that he had are the ones that he took with him, right?
Yes.
So he got to pick which tools he had and brought in his backpack, didn't he?
Yeah, and again, it wasn't a great plan. That was not the most sophisticated way to handle it, but
Yeah.
that's what he did.
Okay. One of the things that you draw note to is that he orders an Uber, so that's taking a step before an eventual shooting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. He orders an Uber before that happens, as in he understands I'm enacting a plan now, right?
Yes, like that was planned so that he could get away from the scene.
So, exactly, and that's what he ends up doing, right?
Yes.
Okay, so step one of the plan, he's got his transportation, right?
Mhm.
He gets a handgun that he's brought with him to work, correct?
Yes.
He clocks out, correct?
Yes.
Now, for part of a plan, and I think this is your point, he's probably the only person in KDC-1 who clocked out on February the 4th, 2025, right?
No.
What's your question?
Everybody's evacuated. He will be outing himself as the only person who signed out if his plan is to evade detection. Wouldn't that be logical?
Yeah, and I don't know who clocked in or who clocked out. I have no idea.
Okay. You noted that he clocked out as part of his plan, though.
Yes, he told me that.
Okay. And then, as he's leaving, he talks to the Uber driver in a way to keep the Uber driver leaving, correct?
He talked him away to what?
And it gives him an answer
Oh.
that evades saying, I just shot some people, right?
Yes.
Okay. As you listen to this, I know that you did at least consider while you were talking to him, malingering was something that you were concerned about.
Yes.
We've already talked about it, and I'm not going to get into it for very long, but you do an MFAST as a screening test, correct?
Yes.
You were aware that the MFAST score of 6 out of a possible 25 is sort of the cutoff for whether or not somebody is malingering, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
6 and above is highly suggestive of malingering.
Okay. And as a screening tool, it's not meant to be the ultimate conclusion. It's a screening tool, right?
Correct.
You knew that that data point, or actually, maybe you didn't. Tell me when you knew that that data point on the MFAST was something different than anybody else had looked at? As you did it, were you aware you were the only doctor who had found any indication of malingering?
Yeah, I didn't know if anybody else
Okay.
had, yeah.
You now know that Dr. Tilley did one and he didn't show signs of malingering, right?
Well, he he scored a 2.
Okay.
So he endorsed a couple of things that were indicative of malingering, but he didn't reach the threshold that was highly suggestive of malingering.
And all of those other doctors, nobody even gives the MFAST because they're not suspicious of malingering. Just like you said, you don't have to give it, right?
Right, yeah,
Okay.
nobody else gave it. I
Okay.
don't know why they did or didn't, rather.
You're collecting a data point different than all these other people then, at the end of this, correct?
What do you mean? So 2 of us did the MFAST.
You're suspicious of malingering, right?
Yes,
Okay. There is a follow-up test that takes something like 45 minutes or an hour called a SIRS, isn't there?
yes.
Okay. You didn't do a SIRS in this case, right?
No,
Okay, that's a longer test that really dives into whether or not someone's endorsing beliefs that are malingering, right?
yes,
Okay. You settled for the MFAS score that hit 6 out of 25, which is the cutoff, correct?
right, but
Okay.
remember, if you read the report, I didn't ultimately say I thought that he was like malingering and wasn't mentally ill. I said, no, I really think he is bona fide mentally ill, but that he may just be exaggerating things because he told me he wanted to be found in GRI and go to COBH.
Okay.
So I never said that, oh, he doesn't have a mental illness, he's just faking it.
Okay. So by the time he's saying, I think it would be preferable to not be in a prison, to be in GRI, he has been medicated and it's something like a year later, right?
A year later from when?
From
The
February the
offense?
4th of 2020?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
that's accurate.
So something like a year later, he's able to clear-headedly say, out of my 2 possible outcomes, that one's preferable, correct?
Yes,
You're suspicious because he understands that there could be multiple outcomes, correct?
no, I'm suspicious because he is freely bringing up his psychiatric symptoms.
Yeah, he's being, well, he's bringing up what he hopes his psychiatric system conditions add up to, correct?
Right,
Okay.
but again, as part of my, keep in mind, I'm meeting him for
Could
the
then
first
just-
time.
I just have this one more concept.
Okay,
When it comes to him getting home, you're aware that all of the physical evidence that was collected by the police was sitting in his apartment with him, right?
yes,
Okay, and that's that idea of this is a very good plan if it's a plan, right?
yeah,
Okay.
not a good plan.
Okay. You said that he had thrown up, and when you were testifying, you said, look, you threw up. That happens when you ingest a toxin or something that's not joyful, right?
People throw up when they're upset.
They can throw up for a variety of reasons, can't they?
It's usually something negative though, right? You're sick, you're upset, you've eaten something bad.
Okay. This was negative, even to Bruce, wasn't it?
Yes,
Despite whether or not he's mentally ill, the stress of hurting somebody could be very physically stressful, right?
exactly, which is another data point to support that he knew the wrongfulness.
Okay, but a police officer or
Exactly.
somebody in the military who uses their weapon might be just similarly as upset and have the exact same reaction, right?
Sure,
So it's a data point, but it also applies to really common things that are not unlawful, doesn't it?
sure, it applies to other things, but in this context,
Have you
And-
seen or treated a police officer before who used their service weapon and seen them suffering psychological harm as a result of what they did?
no, but the point is that,
I was asking a specific one. Have you treated police
no,
officers? Oh, okay. Okay. You understand that people could be traumatized by something they believe they had to do, correct?
correct, but that
That's all
doesn't
I-
mean that they
here-
didn't know it was unlawful.
I
And the
agree.
fact that he's traumatized.
I understand the prosecutor's gonna have some redirect for you, so I'll let you do that stuff with him.
Okay.
In just a minute. You're gonna cut this one?
Sure.
Just, I don't want to get questions. Dr. Marsanti, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Redirect.
The fact that he was traumatized, what?
The fact that he's traumatized is indicative of the fact that he knew he had done something bad. You wouldn't be traumatized if you didn't know that you'd done something bad, and bad equates to wrong.
Okay. And so, motive is not an element of murder, would you say? That's what it sounded like you're trying to get to, like you said that, you talked about the motive earlier. Like, I don't have to prove motive to be able to prove that someone committed a murder.
Yeah, and I don't know about the legalities of all that. What I was trying to say is that, yes, he's got this systematic delusional system. But two things can occur at once. He can be delusional, but he can also have all these other real stressors, and he can still know, so he engaged in this act, I think, because of the stressors. But even though he was delusional, he can know that it was wrong. And there are multiple examples of, that indicate that he knew it was wrong, including the fact that he had grappled with homicidal ideation in the past, and that was upsetting to him. It was upsetting to him because he knew better, his words exactly, that he knew he should not engage in that behavior. It's been
You got
tested.
another question, she's answered you.
Okay, so on February 4th, 2025, when he shot and killed Kyle Vaver, did he know better?
Yes, he knew that that was wrong. And all four of us have said that he knew it was wrong.
Yeah, so
And
Dr.
the
Stenson.
statute is very clear. There are three elements: severe mental disease, severe mental defect. Did they know that it was wrong? That's it. It's not did they know it was wrong, but they had a good reason.
And so he indicated that he understood that murder was illegal, that
Yes.
murdering people is illegal.
Yes, he knew it was wrong.
And so if you murder someone, you're not acting in self-defense because it wouldn't be murder.
I assume not.
Yeah. Okay. I had another question about, the Uber. So defense counsel was asking you about, like the stressor, oh, he had to pay the Uber. Wouldn't you say at points that, paying a little bit of money is better than having to deal with the stress caused by another person? Like if I have to pay $25 and not be around my mom, if me and my mom are fighting, it might be worth it in my mind.
Oh, sure. People make bad decisions all the time based on their interpersonal relationships and, yeah, their desire not to have contact with somebody or their desire to shun somebody. Yeah.
Okay. And did he ever indicate to you that he had no means of escape whatsoever?
What do you mean?
Like he had no way to leave KDC-1 that day prior to the shooting?
Oh, we didn't talk about that.
Okay. But he had the ability to walk out of the door, right? The capacity?
Yes, yeah, he wasn't locked in. I mean, he could have walked away at any time, presumably.
Okay. And based on your conversation with him, so he never indicated that there was no way I could have left that place that day? Because he called the Uber, he had to go into the production room, or could he have went a different way?
Oh, we didn't ask I didn't ask him how many exits there were or
Okay.
how he could physically exit.
And we were talking, you with defense counsel were talking a little bit about the pardon. It seems like Dr. Stinson and Dr. Tilley want to say that he wasn't talking about pardon in a legal sense. Did you feel that he was talking about a pardon in a legal sense when you spoke with him and when he was being interviewed by the police?
Yeah, so my understanding of the pardon is that he thought that he had a get-out-of-jail-free card, basically. That he, killing people is unlawful, but he had gotten this pardon, so if he killed somebody who he thought was attacking him, then that would be okay.
Okay. And was he even aware that that pardon applied in Licking County when he was interviewed by the police?
He asked him.
Okay. So
Yeah.
what would that, from your point of view, mean?
Well, I took that to mean is he was looking for a get-out-of-jail-free card.
So he's hoping it applied?
Yeah,
Just like he was hoping he wouldn't get fired?
yeah.
And a person who is facing, serious mental illness, who is having delusions, can have a rational motive to kill.
Absolutely.
They can inform an intent to kill.
Absolutely.
And did you believe that Mr. Foster, when he killed all those people and injured all those people at KDC-1 on February 4th, 2025, knew the wrongfulness of his actions?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Jay Ross.
Judge, I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you.
All right, ready for the next one is, we'll take a break. Quick recess.
Ross, no reason.
Okay, can I do a little bit of these here?
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. That's fine. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I do approximately, let's see, 4 times 52, so approximately 208, 215 forensic evaluations a year. I am the administrator for a team of 16 staff, contractors, and employees.
How long have you been doing that?
I started the nonprofit agency in 2016. Before that, I was an employee of a larger organization running the exact same operation. I did that from 2010 to 2016. I started my career as a forensic psychologist at the master's level. I wasn't a psychologist yet, but in 1995.
And Your Honor, I believe the parties have stipulated that Dr. O'Donnell's an expert in the field of forensic psychology. Is
So
that correct?
stipulated.
All right, thank you.
And your CV, I believe, is marked as State's Exhibit 27 right in front of you. If you could just take a look at that and let me know if that is a true and accurate copy of your CV.
Yes, it looks like.
Thank you. Have you previously testified as an expert witness in this area?
In Licking County?
No.
Oh.
Just at all?
Yes, many times.
Approximately how many times?
Oh, I've lost count. In at least 40 of the 88 counties in Ohio, multiple times in the southern counties in particular.
Thank you. And were you ordered by Judge Bransdell in this case to conduct an independent sanity evaluation for the defendant, Bruce Foster?
I was.
And do you recall approximately when you were ordered to do that?
I'll look at my notes on that. So my agency received the referral in approximately early February 4th, I think, 2026.
And were you able to conduct your evaluation and submit a report in this matter?
I did. I interviewed Mr. Foster and then submitted a report March 3rd and then an addendum on March 11th, 2026.
While we're talking about the addendum, why did you do an addendum on March 11th?
I received additional records after I had submitted the first version of the report, and I had already said to the court that if I got the additional records, I would review them and include them in an addendum, so I did that.
Did that change your opinion that you had reached in any way, shape, or form?
It did not.
Can you tell the court how you generally conduct your sanity evaluations?
Yes. So when I approach a case, the first thing I do is look to see if my agency has already seen the individual. As you'll see as we go through this, my agency had already evaluated this individual. A different psychologist had done a competency evaluation on Mr. Foster. And so I review the records that individual, that evaluator had already received, so that I have some background on this individual before I go forward. I am very strict about the word independent evaluation, so I stay away from other people's opinions. After almost 30 years in the field, I can kind of guess what other people have said if I get called in as a second opinion. But if it's a first opinion, I have no idea what other people have said. In this case, there was some confusion about how many opinions there were ahead of time, so I said, well, whatever. I'll go see Mr. Foster. So I went to see Mr. Foster, which is very typical for me. I like to see people in person. I interviewed him for, I think, 75 minutes on February 18th. That's a fairly typical length of time for me to meet with an individual one-on-one. And then I spend a lot of time reviewing his conversation with me and my notes from that, as well as any records that I can get. So we had the records from the previous evaluation, and then the records that I had learned about after I started talking to him. So I got those records after the fact, so some before, some after. We also, and in this case, did we almost always speak with a family member or a close personal friend, something like that. We spoke with Mr. Foster's mother, got additional information from her, and then I open up the discovery and look for information in the discovery packet that reveals images of the individual or video or MP4 files of the individual, so I can hear his words in the moment, if I saw or heard those. And then I also look at the summaries of the investigation notes and the witness statements.
Do you do any specific kinds of testing, or is that kind of on a case-by-case basis?
For me, that's a case-by-case basis. I know that that's, different psychologists have different routines on that. Over the years, I've tried some testing. I've used testing when I thought it was necessary. In this case, I had no reason to believe Mr. Foster was exaggerating his symptoms, or in our field we call it malingering. I don't like to call it malingering, but I had no suspicion of that, no reason to expect that from him either. So no, I did not do any additional testing.
And you didn't have any reason to suspect any of that based upon your conversation with him, or your review of the record before you got to the conversation with him, or all of the above?
All of the above. So I'm in our field we call it Gestalt. I'm like holistic, right? I look at all these pieces all together in one. And as I was interviewing him, I already had some background information from those records that I had the doctor previously had provided us. So I looked at those records, and I knew that there was some inkling or indications of a history of severe mental illness. So at the time that I was interviewing him, I was looking for his perspective about his symptoms. Does he have any insight about his symptoms? What does he think? And actually, what is his presentation now as opposed to what it was nearly a year ago? Because if you notice the dates, it was almost a year exactly.
Who was the doctor who did the competency evaluation that you reviewed?
Dr. Ledgerwood, Angie Ledgerwood, was the psychologist from my center who got the records. I actually didn't read her report until much later because I was looking to compare his presentation with me, which again, I wanted it to be very independent. So I looked at his presentation with me and then compared it to his presentation with Dr. Ledgerwood, and I commented in my report, I'm sure somebody will bring it up, there was a stark difference. So.
And is that generally the case when somebody has been restored to competency?
We certainly hope so.
Right.
Yes, that's the goal.
So as you're conducting this evaluation, what kinds of pieces of information are you looking for when you are evaluating wrongfulness? Because I'm going to kind of just skip over the severe mental disease or defect, because I believe all the doctors in this case have agreed that the defendant had a severe mental disease or defect. I think it's a disease, not a defect. Am I right?
That's correct. So just to be very clear, in my opinion, he does have a severe mental illness. The statute calls it a disease. You can split hairs on that. The statute also uses the word defect. I hate that. But that usually alludes to intelligence or cognitive abilities. Mr. Husser has no problem there. So yes, I would agree that he has a severe mental illness. We can skip that for sure.
So then we go on to taking a look at wrongfulness. And so when you're evaluating wrongfulness, kind of what kinds of information are you evaluating to help you make that determination?
Well, wrongfulness is, so interestingly, wrongfulness is a legal construct. It's not a psychological construct. So our training, our forensic training, teaches us to think about the practical implications of knowledge of wrongfulness. And by that we mean legal wrongfulness. In Ohio, the laws are really, case laws are really clear about that we're talking about the legal wrongfulness. And we as psychologists, unless you have some other training, we're not lawyers, we're psychologists. So we are practicing within the construct of what psychology says. So when we look at forensic psychology and the definition of wrongfulness, we are taught to look for signs of someone making a plan, executing a plan, hesitating to execute a plan, hiding the fact that they made a plan, changing their mind in the plan. What is the motive behind the actions that they've taken, and are those motives, would the actions then somehow benefit this person in a logical and reality-based way? So all that is wrongfulness. The example that I give when I'm teaching my students is, did somebody wear a mask? Did they throw the gun away? Did they drive away in a different car than they came in? Did they change their clothes? Those are all things that suggest someone is thinking about hiding their actions and avoiding being detected. That's all knowledge of wrongfulness.
What about their statements, like lying to the police?
Absolutely, statements are key here. Lying to the police is always something that you want to look at, but it's hard to know exactly when someone's lying, when are they covering up, when are they mistaken. You know, in the heat of the moment, people say a lot of things. Did they misperceive what the police officer said to them? So I go back to that word gestalt or holistic, right? You've got to look at the whole picture. It's not just about what they were doing in that very instant of the crime. It's about what was going on leading up to it, what happened during, what happened after. And it's this whole timeline.
And so when you conducted this evaluation for Mr. Foster, did you see indicators of either him not knowing the wrongfulness or of him knowing the wrongfulness? And can we go through those, or the kind of the information you used to come to your final opinion?
Certainly, we can go through that. I'm going to flip back to my report.
And I guess as you're doing this evaluation, do you look at his statements that he made to you first, or do you look at the discovery and his actions that are shown in the discovery prior to the event, during the event, or kind of do you have any kind of order to that at all?
I don't have a fixed order of doing these things. For me, some people do. I don't. I'm also doing a lot of cases a week, and so I don't always have all the time to have read through everything before I go to see a defendant. Sometimes I'm going to see him completely cold. Sometimes I've read some things, like in his case, I knew some of the background of his case. But his statements are important, but they're often not the key to the whole picture.
So in this case, what did you learn from his statements?
His statements to me were important in the fact that I had to keep in mind, first of all, I was interviewing him a year after this had occurred. So he'd already been through treatment. He also, I later found out, had been assessed multiple times about this case. So he'd gone over this information quite a few times. So that makes me put less weight on his personal statements and more weight on the actions that we know occurred from various sources. So when I'm looking for knowledge of wrongfulness, I want to know what this person did in the days leading up. What were the pressures in his life, leading him to what we were expecting him to tell me about when I went to talk to him. Now, he was clear that he was under extreme stress and that he had made a lot of decisions in a short amount of time. So that begins to tell me what his mental status or his mind frame was at the time of these acts.
So he was under a lot of pressures in his life, is that what you said?
Yeah,
So can you give me like what you
yeah,
did
so
in that, what
he
you-
was trying to live alone for the first time ever. He was, we know from information from his mother that there was a lot of stress between the two of them. That relationship wasn't going well, and Mr. Foster was having a lot of problems in his relationships. He admitted to me that one of the things that he had added on sort of arbitrarily was he was kind of almost obsessed with this murder or death of another family member or a friend, and he wanted to get to the bottom of that. So he was spending a lot of time and energy on that. He was trying to work 2 full-time jobs, or maybe a part-time job and a full-time job. He was trying to go to school. He had big aspirations. He wanted to be, an MD, and he wanted to do well in college, and he was trying to get himself back into school and back in the swing of things. And he was really struggling with all this. So he painted this picture of somebody under an extreme amount of stress.
And this is information he's sharing with you during your interview with him, or stuff you take from the file and the information you got? Both.
Both,
Okay.
right.
Okay. And so you understand he's under this pressure, extreme stress. What else do you determine when you're looking at this information?
So the other thing that I knew from the files, certainly it's in the discovery, is that he was having very extreme financial problems, but also he was about to lose these jobs that were very important to him, to his mission of getting into med school and staying in college. So he's having trouble. His ability to chronologically, follow a calendar and get to where he needs to be, and now his phone's not working because he hasn't paid his phone, and he can't afford a driver or rides or transportation. So he's under more and more and more stress as this goes on. But he's trying very hard to hold it all together, and he's trying to hold down 2 jobs. He's trying to go to school. He's trying to figure it out. At the same time, the symptoms of his mental illness are getting worse.
And when you say the symptoms of his mental illness are getting worse, what are getting worse?
So the signs of that were a decline in his hygiene, social isolation, extreme irritability. He said he's not sleeping well. Of course, I don't know reference to that, but all that fits with some of the things he was talking about. His mom told us that he was really irritable, really hard to trust even. I mean, she described heartbreakingly that she was trying to help her son, but she was also very afraid of him at the time because she saw that he was more and more fragile emotionally and mentally.
Delusions. Was he having delusions?
So it appears so. It's really hard to read someone's mind. Not anybody in this room can do it, and including me, right? As much as I'd like to. But he's describing sort of textbook delusional beliefs about the world being out to get him, about the world being really hard, and that there being, I think he used the word gangs out to get him. He felt threatened. He felt physically threatened. He went so far as to buy a gun. He pointed out to me that he bought it legally, that he went to great lengths actually to buy it legally, and felt that he had bought it intentionally for protection. I've had other defendants tell me they intentionally bought it to use it against others. He told me he intended to use it for protection. So he went to great lengths to try to fight this delusion that he knew something was wrong, but he couldn't quite figure it out. And he was trying to protect himself, and he was also trying to discern who was safe and who was trustworthy and who was not.
So you said the world was out to get him. Did he talk about the mafia out to get him when you met with him?
He used the word mafia. Yeah, he did. He used the word mafia.
So
Yeah.
he
As
was,
opposed to gang. Sorry about that.
no, just want to clarify that. So he was thinking that people were trying to kill him, and those people were the mafia.
That's correct.
Okay.
He knew though that it wasn't everyone, and he was able to discern who was not likely to be out to get him versus who was out to get him.
And what is the significance in that?
To me, that's huge. That's him recognizing that there are some things that are safe, and I'm looking for something safe. I'm looking for safe spaces. I'm also he talked to me about this a little bit. He was also looking who deserved to be feared. Who should he be very concerned about? And he was trying to discern the two, and he made decisions about who to shoot and who not to shoot based on his discernment of who was safe and who was not safe.
What other statements did the defendant make to you about his beliefs on the day, on February 4th?
He specifically said, again, that he did not, for instance, shoot the people at the school because he wasn't sure if they were against him or not, and he didn't want to be wrong about that. He didn't want to kill somebody who didn't deserve it. He Also,
Did you say people at the school?
at the school, at the university where he was going.
Okay.
He also had been fired, I think at that point, he had been fired from the fast food restaurant, I forget which one it was, the fast food restaurant where he was working, and was very concerned that he was going to be fired from the manufacturing plant where the shooting occurred. And he talked about, he was angry about the people who were not allowing him to come in late or not work the hours that he wanted to. He felt that there was a lot of pressure there. He also was thinking about old injustices, I would call it. He talked about somebody at the manufacturing plant was from high school, or he knew them from his past, and that there was some old injustice there, and he was trying to discern, okay, so how do I separate all this out? He also talked about who he shot. You can see it in the discovery packet, in the investigator's notes. He also said it to me in some of the interviews, in the interview that I had with him, that he initially had sort of a list in his head of who he was going to shoot and who he was not going to shoot. He then had to change that on the fly because one person that he was not going to shoot was actually sort of, I guess, accidentally in the space where he had just shot someone, and he was afraid that person was then going to take his gun or somehow interfere with him carrying out the rest of his plan. This is all planned, right? This is all part of, okay, I'm making decisions 1, 2, 3, 4 steps along a path. That's not knowledge of wrongfulness. The knowledge there is that I've decided who deserves to die and who doesn't, and I've already decided I'm going to shoot this person. And then a new person pops into the scene. Oh, I quickly have to make a decision. Yeah, I'm going to shoot this person because they're going to get in the way of me carrying out the rest of my plan.
So he decides who he's going to shoot and who he's not going to shoot. Builds his plan. Does he also do, I guess, make subsequent plans
Yeah,
along
so
that route?
he made other plans. He had been bringing the gun, I believe. He said, and I think there's some stuff in the discovery, but he had been bringing the gun with him to work. Again, I believed what he said about that. Initially, this was for self-protection. He brought the gun that day, though. There was more to the plan than self-protection. When he came to work, he worked his shift, although I guess he was apparently a little bit late. Worked his shift, and he said nobody said anything to him about being late that day, but he was sensitive to the fact that he was late and that he was likely in trouble with HR for being late because he had been late. He knew that there were people at work who were plotting to fire him because of his probably poor hygiene, but also his tardiness and maybe some unusual behaviors. I don't know that he knew what they were, and I didn't see specifically what they were, but there are statements in the HR files about people thought weird things were going on. People didn't trust him. He, of course, didn't trust them either, so there was a lot of back and forth there. But he came into work, but he didn't just walk into the plant and shoot people. He came into work, put his stuff in his locker, and then worked his shift, and then went back, got his gun, and then began shooting people because the Uber was coming to pick him up, and that was his escape plan.
Let's talk about his changing clothes. I think he talks to you, or does he tell you that he had clothes to change into, or did you see that in the discovery packet?
That's in the discovery packet.
And what do you attribute to that?
Well, every defendant I've ever spoken to that's changed their clothes has done it because they are trying to hide evidence of their actions. Now, there might be a legitimate explanation, but Mr. Foster didn't give me one, and he didn't give the detectives or any of the investigators one. However, if you think about the fact that when he got in the Uber, and he told me this, it's also in the Uber driver's statement, that when he got in the Uber and the Uber driver asked him, what's going on? Mr. Foster said, let's just go. We don't need to talk about this, let's move on. This is all part of this process of, I'm going to do this, I did this, now let's go and get out of here. He recognized that it was police who were arriving. He said that to me, it's also in the discovery information. So, you know, he knew something had happened, obviously he knew something had happened at the plant. He's out of there. He is, and then he's changing clothes. He's not telling the Uber driver who's trying to figure out what's going on. To me, that's all signs of knowledge of wrongfulness.
Did you see any other indicators in your interview and or review of discovery that you thought pointed to the defendant knowing the wrongfulness?
I think the key point is that he chose who he was going to shoot, and even his statements to me about deciding not to shoot the people at the school, at the university, because he wasn't quite sure about whether they should be shot or not. He said then, I don't want to shoot an innocent person, I don't want to be wrong.
But during his shooting, he ended up shooting somebody who happened to be there.
But he explained that that person got shot because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he thought that they would thwart the rest of his plan. Again, putting his motive of getting the plan, of delivering the plan as the priority.
Did the defendant ever say to you that he thought if he didn't kill his coworkers that he felt needed to be killed, that he would be killed before he could get out of KDC?
On that day?
Mm-hmm.
No, he never said that to me. In fact, he never told me that he felt threatened that day at KDC, physically threatened that day at KDC.
He did not tell you that he felt it was a me or them situation, and if he didn't shoot them, then he was going to be killed?
I don't think so.
I just want to make sure.
Okay. It would be in my report, and I don't remember that statement at all.
In your evaluation, you talked about him saying that he thought some of his coworkers may have been out to get him, right? That their absence caused him to think they were going to set him up. See that on page 11 of your report under number 2.
Yeah, that's correct.
So he thought that they were out to get him.
But he thought that for a long time. He was thinking people were out to get him for a very long time. So he never conveyed to me that that day, that moment, he felt imminently in danger until he started shooting people and someone got the gun from him, and then he was afraid someone would use the gun against him. But all that's part of knowing what is going on around you and being well aware. Yes, if you are shooting at people and someone takes the gun from you, it's highly likely somebody might shoot you.
You state at the bottom of that page, he said he specifically only shot at the people he thought were trying to get me killed.
Correct.
Not that were trying to kill me then.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, I think we're talking about, in my mind, I'm talking about imminent threats by somebody standing right there in the moment versus a global, especially in the case of a delusional disorder, this global sense that the world is extremely dangerous and some people are more dangerous than others. And every day I'm negotiating dangerous situations.
Thinking that people are out to get
That
him.
people are out to get me, right?
He's just trying to figure out who it is
Who
that's
it is,
trying to get
that's
him.
correct.
He does not tell you during your interaction with him that any of the people he shot had weapons or had tried to grab him and hurt him on that day?
Prior to him shooting, no. But he did say somebody took the gun from him
After he started
after
shooting?
he started shooting, right?
There was a physical...
There was an altercation in the gun. I can't remember his exact language, I don't think I quoted him exactly, but what the picture that he depicted was somebody got the gun away from him. And that's when he then left the building.
On the next page, page 12, that first full paragraph, you talk about once he started shooting, some of his statements he had made to you. So after he shot that second person who he thought was going to try to stop him, he indicated that he was looking for a woman. Is that correct?
That's what he told me, yeah.
Who he said had threatened him before?
Correct.
Okay. And then he ran toward the office to, quote, see who was in the office?
Yes.
And you indicate then before knowing if he was going to shoot anyone in there or not?
He was going to make a choice.
Still no imminent risk of him being killed at this point in what he's saying to you?
He never indicated any risk until someone got the gun from him, and then he left the building and followed his plan to get in the car that was waiting for him. To me, that is just so methodical, so planned, so, following the steps, trying to get away.
Did you review the defendant's interview with law enforcement, listen to that?
Yes, it's not been in the last couple of weeks though, so.
Do you recall within that hearing where he makes any statements saying that his co-workers were going to kill him that night?
I honestly don't remember that, no.
Do you ask him why he fled from KTC? Why he left the scene?
Well, he did tell me that he does not want to get killed. So the gun had been taken away from him, and so he's going to leave the scene now. And he's using the exit strategy that he had already arranged.
While you're talking with the defendant, he is relaying information to you, though, about his prior delusions, correct? About some of his delusions of having a bullet in him.
Correct. He did tell me some of that history, yeah. And that was consistent with what I'd read in the records, and, I specifically was asking about that because what I really wanted to know was he competent yet? Had that been addressed psychiatrically? And clearly it had been.
So it wasn't like he forgot about his previous delusions. He was able to remember what those were.
No, and that's part of the illness and the treatment that comes with the illness. COVH does a great job, and so they work with him to recognize, first of all, a person with a severe mental illness, these symptoms could come back if they're not treated. Under a lot of stress, they can come back. So we need to make sure that an individual is well aware of what it was that is the early sign of the symptoms coming back or getting more severe. So the profession, forensic treatment teams, teach a person about the nature of their delusions and help them reframe them and understand where they're coming from and when to be afraid that there's a new problem, right? A new symptom cropping up. And so he was aware of his belief about having bullets in his body, that this whole thing about the cousin being killed. He was aware of the things that were delusional and causing him more stress.
And I think you said something about the stress made his delusions or his paranoia worse, like.
So that's what happens in a mental illness. It's, the more stress someone's under, and especially if they're not being appropriately treated, which we know he wasn't, then the likelihood is that the symptoms are going to become more severe.
What do you, how do you take the defendant's statements in his interview with the New Albany Police Department, where he talks about things like some of his delusions, right? He's talking about his mom, and he's talking about people threatening him back in 2013, and those kinds of getting people jobs, being an ambassador for Chipotle, talking about all these kinds of delusions. But when asked about shooting his gun or asked about doing the shooting at New Albany, he refuses to answer.
So he's delusional about the things that are very threatening to him, but in my opinion, he's not so delusional as to not be able to make lucid thoughts, lucid plans. And he knows that shooting people is illegal. It's against the law. It's also immoral. I don't know if he thinks about that or not, but legally, he knows that that's wrong. And that's where he was making that distinction about who he was going to shoot and who he wasn't going to shoot. So along that same thread, along that same channel, when the police ask him about shooting someone, he's not going to talk about it. Now, he didn't go as far as denying it and bluntly denying it, at least in the stuff that I saw, but he's just going to shut down and not talk about it. He, though, questioned, for instance, the veracity or the legality is a better word, of the search warrant for his apartment, for instance. He questioned who's banging on his door, and when they said, you know, something about it's the police, or, you know, he opened the door, and what he told me was that he told them, don't shoot, don't shoot. He knew that he was about to be arrested. He knew that he was in trouble. It's the same when he was in the car with the Uber driver. He doesn't want to talk to the Uber driver about the police that are pulling into the parking lot right behind them. He wants that guy to get out of there. There was some statement, and I can't remember if he told me or if it's in the discovery, that he changed his clothes in the car, in the Uber car as well. Again, odd behavior, right? Unusual behavior. Now you could say, is it delusional? Well, at no point did he tell me that there was anything wrong with his clothing. The clothing was clothing. That never came up. So why did he change his clothes? And we can only make practical conclusions to that this is all part of hiding evidence, hiding the story that had unfolded.
Even if it wasn't a great plan and he didn't get rid of the clothing and was found in his apartment.
Great plans, I never see great plans.
Now, in his interview with the police, there's a point in that interview where he's questioned about, on video, it's you, Bruce, shooting these people, it's you shooting your 4 other coworkers.
He didn't want to see that.
He shook his head,
I don't want to see that.
negative, and said, I don't believe so. Would you count that as a denial, the shaking the head and I don't believe so?
So I'll give him the
That's
benefit
not
of the
me,
doubt
basically.
there. You know, nobody wants to see shooting, right?
So he's asking him, that's you in that video, isn't it?
But
No,
he's
I don't
also
believe so.
trying not to look at the video. I think that's the other thing that's coming up. So I'm not going to pass a judgment on that one. I think that's a very graphic thing to try to see. You know, shaking your head like could be, no, I just can't even look at that. It could be a denial. But all the other steps are there. So that one, I just didn't put a lot of weight in.
And him not wanting to see the video because of the graphicness or because it would be real? Showing it him? Not sure.
So I've seen tons of videos. I don't like to watch them, right? I've seen other people see videos and have really bad reactions to them, whether they're the defendant or the victim. I think we as human beings can't judge what a person is doing when they're looking at something that graphic. Maybe as professionals, you know, we've kind of grown up learning how to manage that information, but I think most people can't manage that information. So in that moment, shock, it could be shock, it could be denial, it could be grief. I mean, there's a lot of things it could be. I'm not gonna give you,
With the defendant watching the video.
with the defendant
Right.
seeing that video.
And he did not see the video.
He refused to look at it.
Right. He is asked during that interview with investigators, and he acknowledged that he knew something had happened at the workplace, correct? He was aware of it, he wasn't hurt, but he didn't want to talk anymore about it, right?
That's correct.
Like he had a chance to.
That's correct.
He didn't share any information. So on page 15 of your report, coming down to like the end of your report, talking about the analysis and your conclusion, that, I don't know, last paragraph where it starts regarding the knowledge of wrongfulness, what is your clinical opinion? What do you state there?
In my professional opinion, the defendant knew the wrongfulness of these actions at the time of the charged offense, despite having an acute and severe mental illness.
And that's page 15. On page 14,
Yes.
do you say it's my clinical opinion that the defendant was delusional after being threatened by his coworkers, family, classmates whom he feared? That was his delusion, that he was being threatened. Is that
That's
correct? Okay. He wasn't actually threatened, that was just his delusion.
I found no evidence that that was reality-based.
Okay. And did you make all of these conclusions and opinions based upon a reasonable degree of psychological certainty?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, just a moment, Your Honor. No further questions, thank you.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you.
Dr. O'Donnell, good afternoon.
Hello,
My name is Jeff Stavroff. I'm one of Bruce Foster's attorneys. I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
can I just ask your name again? I didn't,
Jeff Stavroff.
Stavro. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, sir.
So you prepared a report on Mr. Foster's mental state at the time of the offense, correct?
That's correct.
You have it in your hand, right?
I have my, yes,
And that report is obviously reduced to writing. It's a written report,
it's a
right?
written report.
Okay. And so it's based off of a review of several documents and records, correct?
Quite a bit, quite a
Um,
few.
Documents you received from the prosecutor's discovery packet.
Yes,
Collateral records you received from various agencies, whether they're health providers, law enforcement, so on and so forth, right?
yes,
Okay. Also based on your in-person interview of Mr. Foster, right?
correct.
All right. And that interview was on February 18th, 2026.
26,
Okay.
correct.
And if any time, if you need to pause and look at your report, please do so.
Okay, thanks.
That interview lasted for an hour and 15 minutes, correct?
Correct,
All right. That was the only time you met Mr. Foster, right?
that's correct.
And that was at the Licking County Jail.
Yes,
You made findings and you rendered an opinion in your report, as we just heard, right?
that's right.
And that included your analysis, really showed your work about how you reached your opinion, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so you agree with me, it's fair to write a thorough and complete report, right?
Yes, sir.
In any circumstance, right?
That's the goal.
Okay.
Yes,
And it's based on your review of the data and the facts,
yes, sir.
based on your interview of Mr. Foster, and based off of your training and experience, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you include as much detail in there as possible, right?
I do.
And the reason you put it in writing is so that it's fresh in your mind. So if you're having to if you're being called to testify maybe a year and a half later, you remember what happened, right?
Do I remember, are you asking me, do I remember exactly what happened?
I kind of fouled up that question. Let me put it a
Okay.
different way. So you put it in writing so that you remember what you observed and what you perceived for possible use at a later time.
Correct. To use while I'm sitting here, without all the things that I had in front of me at the time.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay. So when you first, I want to talk about when you first met Mr. Foster. He was at the Licking County Jail. But before that, he was at Central Ohio Behavioral Health, correct?
Yes, it was.
And he was there because two of your colleagues, Dr. Ledgerwood and Dr. Stinson, had deemed him not competent to stand trial.
Correct.
But he was restorable within the time allotted by law, right?
Apparently.
Okay. And you weren't involved in those reports, right?
No, I was not.
And before you did your interview with Mr. Foster, you hadn't considered the findings in those reports, right?
I had or had not?
Had not.
That's probably not accurate. I mean, I had considered that whether he was competent now or not, because I knew that a competency evaluation had been done.
I guess my question was, you hadn't read actually verbatim those reports before you saw Mr. Foster. I believe you
That's
said.
correct, that's correct.
I believe you said you wanted to keep it independent.
I try to keep it as independent as possible.
Right, okay. So the court ordered him, Mr. Foster, to undergo restoration treatment, to your knowledge, right?
Yes,
And that included the introduction of medication.
that's correct.
Because at that time in his life, Mr. Foster was psychotic.
When Doctors Stinson and Ledgerwood saw him, they both opined that he was incompetent due to the symptoms of his mental illness.
Yes, and you said something on your direct examination that resonated very well for me, who's not a psychologist, but he had textbook signs of delusion, correct?
Correct.
All right. And he acted with, would you agree with me that based on your review of the records, that he was acting with acutely delusional beliefs with paranoia?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that he had grandiose thinking?
Yes.
And he would say things like, and I'm quoting from page 8 of your report.
Yes.
You can flip there if you
Yep.
want, or you can just take
That's
my
fine.
word for it. I am great at everything I do, and he noted that he was in danger because family members wanted to cause him harm, and also the mafia.
I believe that's what he told Dr. Ledgerwood.
Okay, but that's your recitation of what Dr. Ledgerwood is saying.
That's correct.
In reviewing collateral records to arrive at your own opinion.
Yes, and so what I was doing there was comparing the mental status, his presentation to me, to what he had looked like when, I didn't look at Dr. Stinson's report because I got that later, but comparing what Dr. Ledgerwood saw to what I saw.
Okay. And he also had some, what you would call somatic delusions at that time, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So he believed, and he actually was taken to a hospital because his delusional mind, he had bullet fragments in his body.
That's correct.
But you and I both know in reality, there were no bullets in him, right?
I had to look that all up, but yes,
And those were based on the records you reviewed.
that's right.
Okay. And eventually he becomes competent over time and he's sent back to the Licking County Jail, right?
Correct.
And he's medicated and he's being compliant with medications to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, that's what he told me. That's what the records revealed.
And you come to realize that he's becoming less fixated on his delusional beliefs.
That's correct.
And that tracks with how you interviewed him and how you found him when you interviewed him in February of 2026.
That's correct.
So when you met him, he didn't have nearly the amount of paranoia or delusional beliefs that he had back in February 4th, 2025, correct?
Fortunately not.
And he didn't have delusions of grandiosity when he met and sat down with you at the jail.
No, he did not.
He didn't say that I'm the greatest, I'm going to be a doctor, I have a cure for cancer, or anything of that effect.
No, the complete opposite. He was humble and gracious and polite and calm.
He was pleasant to speak with.
He was.
Okay.
He's a likable guy.
And he didn't endorse those somatic delusions, like having the bullet fragments in his body.
He recognized that those were delusions.
Right. You note on page 10 of your report, he could chronologically organize his his version of events, as well as those that preceded and following the shooting when you met with him.
That's correct.
Okay. He couldn't, and I know you didn't meet with him while he was still psychotic, but based on your experience, he probably would have a very difficult time doing that in his psychotic state, right?
He would have a hard time, I think, not including the delusional beliefs in his account, which is why the doctors found him incompetent.
Okay. And you saw the police interrogation of Mr. Foster, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's a very difficult video to watch, right?
Mm-hmm. It is.
He's all over the place.
That's true.
Right. And the only way you would ever know he was psychotic is by reviewing records, correct?
Well, that interview gave me an inkling that there was something going on.
I
Is
guess
that what you mean?
I guess I would consider that a record too. Just
Oh, I see.
Records, videos, anything that was provided to you
I see.
other than your firsthand experience.
I lost it. It's late in the day.
It
So
was a little
give me a
compounded.
break here.
But other than reviewing the records that you did and the collateral records that you received from the prosecutor in discovery, you would have no. That's how you determined Mr. Foster to be psychotic, correct?
Yes, and can I go just a little bit further with that?
Sure.
Because you mean in comparison to what I was seeing when I was actually interviewing him in the moment in
Exactly.
2026?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I agree with that.
Thank you. I want to talk about this delusional framework because I think it's really important. And, you said it great, textbook delusion. You had learned that Mr. Foster had been pink slipped on 2 previous occasions, correct?
I knew that, yes.
Okay. And a pink slip's just a informal term for an involuntary hospitalization, correct?
That's correct.
And you learned that he had been previously diagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder.
Yes.
And you noted on page 9 that he made a self-report of numerous delusional statements, and I'm going to highlight a few of them.
Okay.
You noted that Mr. Foster told you he had an increasingly pervasive belief. These are from self-reports of other records, but Mr. Foster had an increasingly pervasive belief that he was being watched, monitored, and was in danger from people trying to kill him. You also note that he said he thought these people were the mafia, or gangs, as you said on your direct examination
Yeah,
testimony.
sorry about that.
It's one and the same for us in reality, but were either trying to get me killed or were themselves going to kill him. You remember that from page 9 of your
Yes.
report?
Yes.
Okay. So, and he also identified people from various groups, his relatives, his classmates, and his coworkers, who didn't know whom to trust when he was psychotic.
Correct.
And then you also noted on your direct examination that at the same time while all these psychotic behaviors are happening, he's declining pretty substantially.
He is. He's still holding 2 jobs and
Sure.
trying to keep his day together, so
But he's not sleeping well, right?
he's not sleeping well.
He's extremely nervous.
He's getting more and more distressed.
He's having difficulty completing daily tasks.
Yes,
He's not showing up to work on time.
that seems to be a pattern for him, but, so I'm now very careful to what you're saying, because what I'm doing as the clinician in the room is I'm thinking about, on a continuum, how bad was he?
I understand that,
Okay.
but, so, he's still showing up late to school, late to work though, right?
Yes,
He's hearing voices at these times, from time to time, correct? He's having auditory hallucinations.
do I say that somewhere?
Yes, that would be at page 9 of your report. We're still on Mr. Foster's self-report.
Oh, on his self-report, okay.
Yes. So these are all the things that
Yes.
what I'm getting at, these are all the things that Mr. Foster's conveying to other clinicians while he's psychotic, okay? And so he's isolating himself out of fear of being hunted while he's psychotic, correct? Again, that's page 9 of your report.
So, okay,
And he's extremely preoccupied with figuring out who's trying to hurt him.
he is,
Right.
that's correct,
And he's trying to figure out, as you said on direct, who's safe and who's not safe.
that's correct,
Who do I discern as a threat? Who do I discern as friendly to me?
that's correct.
And he, on page 11, you said he specifically only shot at the people he thought were, quote, trying to get him.
That's
Right?
correct,
Again, on page 11, he thought some of the people at KDC were working for, quote, the guys who were trying to kill me.
that's right.
In fact, Mr. Foster thinks that some of the people he shot, as you referenced, were from high school. That's his delusional belief that,
From something that happened in 2013, or,
correct,
Yeah.
yes. So that's delusion. That's not the reality, right?
that's correct,
Okay.
to my knowledge.
And eventually, as you answered on direct, he bought a gun, right?
Yeah,
And he bought a gun for protection.
he made it very clear that that's why he bought that gun.
Right. He didn't buy a gun to intentionally inflict harm on people. That's not what he conveyed to you,
No,
correct?
that's not what he conveyed to me,
Right. And he brought the gun to work in his bag.
regularly. He
Okay.
carried it with him all the time.
Right. And he got it out towards the end of his shift, and he shot people. We know what happened.
So that's where I think the line is crossed.
So, but he got the gun out of his bag, and he began shooting people after,
That's correct.
So he told you, and I'm at page 12 of your report, that he didn't think the people he shot were innocent, right? That's what his report is to you.
Not all of them.
Okay, and in fact, I believe he even tells you, or he tells someone in the course of this, and I'm at page 12 of your report, he was trying to shoot a woman who he said had threatened him before, but he couldn't find her.
That's correct.
Okay. And all the victims in this case, I believe, are male, right?
Okay.
Okay. And he told you it'd be wrong to shoot an innocent person.
That's right.
Someone eventually took the gun away from him, and he said he was scared he would be killed with it, correct?
Correct.
And that tracks what you've read from the discovery file about how the gun was stripped from Mr. Foster.
Right.
And he ordered an Uber from his phone and went home just as the police were arriving.
So I believe he ordered the Uber
Yes.
before he shot these people, and
Yes.
that the Uber was there waiting for him in preparation to take him home.
And he was eager to get home and get out of KDC.
Yes,
All right. And when he got home, he threw up, he took a shower,
that's what he told me. Okay.
and he went to bed.
That's what he said.
In fact, the next morning, that's when he was waken up by the marshals.
Right.
And so he's telling you these things, and he's endorsing these things while he's confident, correct?
He's telling me these things. Yes, because I interviewed him a year later.
And he's medicated, correct?
Correct.
He's on psychotropic medications, and to your knowledge, he's being compliant with those medications.
Correct.
Whereas in the past, he was not compliant with those medications, and he was psychotic.
Correct.
So you reviewed the pink slip records. You mentioned that at page 7 through 8
Yeah.
of your report. He was pink slip because, at least on one occasion, he was making threats to his mother, correct?
That's right.
And he had this delusional and paranoid belief that his mother was conspiring against him.
That's right.
It's part of this theme that people are plotting against him or conspiring against him.
It's a consistent theme.
Okay, and you watched him being interrogated by the police, and he tells the police he thought his mom was putting drugs in his drinks,
That's what he told me.
and that I quote, a lot of people want him to die.
Yes.
You would agree with me that he was manic during that interview?
Yes. I
So,
would agree with that.
you know, I use that term loosely, but someone in your field, mania is a symptom of, is it like a byproduct or symptom of bipolar disorder?
It is a symptom of bipolar disorder.
So you might, if you're manic, you might have high energy.
Yes.
Or if you're manic, you might be very grandiose about having certain delusions.
Yes.
And you also might not be sleeping a lot.
So you would be if you are manic, you are very likely to be grandiose and have delusions, not grandiose about delusions. Okay, just be careful.
Thank you.
So grandiose and have delusions, very unlikely to be sleeping.
Okay, so again, he was all over the place during that interview, right?
Yes.
And he asked, do you remember him asking for an interpreter at the very beginning?
I do not remember that.
Would you believe me if I told you that Mr. Foster asked for an interpreter?
I would hope you would not lie.
Yes. And would you agree with me that Mr. Foster speaks the English language?
He does speak English.
So it would be odd to you for someone who is speaking English. It's like if I asked for an interpreter and having a conversation like you and I are having right now, you'd find that odd, right?
That would be an unusual question.
Because
Yes.
there's nothing to interpret. We understand each other.
Correct.
So he told the police it looks like a big setup, and he asked about a pardon, correct?
It's
He did.
about what?
A pardon.
A pardon? He did.
He kept asking, he wanted to talk to a judge or an attorney or an official. He made reference to those type of figures, correct?
He actually made reference to having some kind of document that gave him an immunity.
Yes. And he wants to get in front of a judge or an attorney as soon as possible, right?
Because he recognizes that he's in legal trouble.
Okay, and you saw the video again, and he's asking the police officers to get a copy of that video in front of a judge specifically, correct?
Correct.
And he tells the officers that he wouldn't lie to the judge, right? Would you believe me if I told you that he told the officers that he wouldn't lie to the judge?
Okay.
Okay. And
I'm just gonna stop. So it's hard for me to know that you are telling me the truth. I'm sorry, because I've had the experience where an attorney has not told the truth. So I will take your word for it, but don't give me credit for acknowledging it, okay? Like
no, and listen to me. If you want to listen or or see any portion of the interrogation, we can do that. It's queued up.
Okay.
But I think you can trust me in saying that what I'm representing is true about
Okay.
Mr. Foster's interview. Okay?
All right.
Do we understand each other?
Okay, we do.
Alright.
Yeah,
So-
I just wanted to make sure we do, so.
I understand you. And the bottom line is the person you saw in that video is a completely different person than you met in February of 2026.
Absolutely.
And you watched the surveillance footage from KDC-1, correct?
I did.
And it's very graphic.
It is.
It's very disturbing. He reports to work late, correct?
Yes,
He's wearing his uniform to the best of your knowledge.
it looked like it.
And do you recall footage of him in the cafeteria?
No, particularly.
Would it help you if
But
I
I
showed?
went very fast through that because I do not want to see that.
Would it help you if I showed you about a 20-second video?
Okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to play an exhibit.
Oh, no, it's just up there, you sent it
I know which one.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm playing what's been previously identified and admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 2A. This is the KDC video timeline, and I'm at timestamp, or I will be going to timestamp 120,
Okay.
1 minute and 20 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Dr. O'Donnell, do you see what's on the screen right now?
I do.
Does that fairly depict what you saw?
Yeah, and when I was going really fast through these videos.
I understand, there's a lot of things to go through, but
Yeah.
I'm just gonna play from timestamp we're at 121, I'm gonna play it for like 20 seconds or
Okay.
so, okay? All right, I'm stopping it at timestamp 2 minutes and 8 seconds. When I watch that video, I make some observations, and one of the things I'm looking at is the, I'm sorry, I'll turn off the video, but one of the things I'm looking at is the way Mr. Foster is moving his hands. You see that he's shaking his hands in that video, correct?
Yes?
I'm also making an observation about his face. He's wearing some sort of protective equipment, probably because this is like a FDA compliant facility, so they don't want to contaminate things that they're making. But he's wearing a hairnet, he's wearing a mask, it looks like he has a gown on. So you can't, he's somewhat concealed in this circumstance, correct?
Correct, I wasn't sure it was him.
Right. And you can see his mouth and his jaw moving up and down. Do you recall that?
I didn't see that.
Would you like me to replay it for you?
No, go
Okay.
ahead.
Would you trust me if I told you that his jaw was moving up and down, correct?
Okay.
Right. I mean, I would be happy to replay it for you.
I'm listening,
Okay.
continue.
So, there was no one around him, correct?
Correct.
And there was a gentleman who comes in towards the end of that little clip, and he appears to be getting a napkin or a fork or something like that. But no one appears to be within range, a perimeter of Mr. Foster,
Okay.
such that he'd be having a conversation. You can agree with me about that, right?
No one was there for him to have a conversation with.
So if he's moving his jaw and he's moving his hands around, I mean, that almost sounds like he's talking to him. It looks like he's talking to himself, right?
I have other hypotheses, but okay.
It could be a reasonable hypothesis that you consider though, right?
It could be a reasonable hypothesis.
And it's hard to really discern that because we don't have audio, which, that's
Right.
fair, right?
Right.
Okay. So you believe it's undisputed, all the experts in this case agree that Mr. Foster had a severe mental disease, correct?
That is my opinion.
All right. And you believe that he did know the wrongfulness of his conduct on February 4th, 2025?
100%.
All right. So you, in page 14, which I would say is this is where you show your work, essentially, and you're really provide your analysis. On page 14, you list a few points, and you don't list them in bullet points, but I'm just going to kind of summarize them for you, and you can tell me if you agree with them. Your points for finding knowledge of wrongfulness are the discrepancy in how he chose his victims, leaving the scene and encouraging the Uber to leave the scene, changing his clothes, and a motive to retaliate against his employer. Was that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Did you ever consider any counterpoints to your analysis that might make you reach a different opinion, meaning that Mr. Foster did not know the wrongfulness of his conduct?
I absolutely considered whether he did not know the wrongfulness of his conduct. So I looked to see what signs there would be that he did not know. For instance,
All right, so
when he walked into the cafeteria.
I need you to stop right there. I'll ask you some more direct questions about that.
Okay.
So you opine on that same page that there are discrepancies in how Mr. Foster chose his victims, and he admittedly shot someone he had not previously identified whom he thought might try to thwart him just because of proximity. That
Correct.
sounds right? So isn't that true in Mr. Foster's delusional mind? The people he shot were an imminent threat to his life. You know, he had no choice but to kill them.
So I disagree with that statement. I disagreed with it when the prosecutor brought it up as
Isn't
well.
that consistent with the medical records that you reviewed while he was psychotic and while he was undergoing competency restoration treatment?
He was delusional and had been delusional for months.
And did you review the records from COBH and the providers that, and
Yes.
isn't it true that he made statements to the effect of a conspiracy against them?
He did. He
Yeah.
made those statements, and he had been making them for months.
Okay, and isn't it true that Mr. Foster clearly said, we're all in agreement, it'd be wrong to shoot an innocent person.
He clearly said that.
And in his delusional mind, he didn't think the people he shot were innocent.
Except the one person who was going to maybe thwart him. And also the
But he
discernment
told you it
about...
would be wrong to shoot and kill an innocent person.
He did.
All right, and he didn't shoot his coworkers at Chipotle, right?
He did not shoot them.
And he didn't shoot his fellow students or professors at school.
He chose who
And
to
he
shoot.
didn't shoot his family.
He did not.
Okay,
He accepted money
he did,
from his family.
okay,
He
so
took
but
bribes.
though he did threaten them in the past, and that's why one of the reasons why he was pink slipped, correct?
Correct.
So he was suspicious about his family's intentions, right?
For months. I think that's why they sent him back from California.
And he had no hesitation shooting his coworkers because in his mind he was certain, right?
He had a list of people that he thought were going to harm him, which
But he-
happened to be somebody who was going to fire him.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. But he felt like he had to act first, right?
He felt like he had to act first. He felt like he had to act in that moment.
So, yes, thank you. And you mentioned this issue of shooting someone just because of proximity. That video, I mean, it's chaotic. People are running. Some people are seemingly running in tandem, like parallel with Mr. Foster, and I don't think they even know that he was the shooter.
Correct.
Okay, so it's craziness there.
Mhm.
He's not shooting them though, right?
No, he was very specifically choosing who he was shooting. He had a motive about who he was going to shoot.
So proximity is not really the issue here, okay? It's the delusional thinking that's the issue. It's the delusion that's causing them to believe that these are the people that are part of the mafia and the people that are out to get me, and that I need to kill them before they kill me.
So he could not refrain from shooting them.
So I want to talk about leaving the scene. You opine again at page 14 that Mr. Foster carefully chose the time to carry this out to coincide with his ride away from the crime scene,
Correct.
and that he encouraged the driver to leave, not investigate any further.
Correct.
Isn't it true that Mr. Foster used Uber as his primary, his only form of transportation?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it true that you ordered it from his own phone,
He did.
from his own account?
Very methodically.
And I mean, it was from his own account though, correct?
Correct.
Right, and he took the Uber to his home.
He did.
Okay. The mafia, again, an aside about the mafia. He's frightened about the mafia,
Interestingly, yes.
okay? Because it's delusional. It's interesting to us because we know that's not true in reality, right? But in his mind, he is delusionally afraid and fearful of the mafia, right?
Correct.
So he viewed, eventually you came to learn that the mafia is not a couple people, but the mafia might be, the mafia's members of his family, members of his
It's a
agency.
large cohort.
Yes, including law enforcement and the police too, right?
So that was That is not clear to me, because once he found out that it was the police at the door, he opened the door.
And he was afraid what the mafia would do to him if he stuck around any longer at KDC though, right?
But he went home.
Yes, and he went home because he was afraid, right?
Okay.
And it seems like an inference that you draw from this point, it's a fair inference, but that he left because, you know, leaving a crime is consciousness of guilt, right?
So that is one indication of leaving the scene,
It's
is
one- it's-
often considered an indication of knowledge of wrongfulness, is that what you mean?
Yes,
Yes.
okay, and that might make sense for you and me who aren't psychotic, who have their faculties and don't have a severe mental disease, right?
Okay.
But Mr. Foster was psychotic back on February 4th, 2025, right?
He was.
I'll talk about changing his clothes. Again, at page 14, you're opining he apparently changed his clothes as he was leaving.
Yes.
Again, he committed these acts on an open floor, on the open floor of KDC.
He did.
It was well lit, right?
Yes.
And in front of dozens of witnesses,
Correct.
without any face covering. Is that a yes or no?
Well, you just showed me a video. He was all covered.
That wasn't the shooting, was it? That was before the shooting,
That
right?
was before the shooting.
Okay, it's really important that we get this straight though. Before the shooting, he's wearing his uniform and he's masked up,
Correct.
okay? Before he starts shooting, he takes off the mask,
He does.
okay? And he's clearly visible, his face is visible.
Yes.
In fact, it's not, everyone knows who the shooter is, and it doesn't take much longer to find out it was Mr. Foster. So he wasn't wearing a mask, right?
Correct.
Right. And you mentioned that, I think, very early on your direct examination. Knowledge of wrongfulness. You know, we're looking at a legal, not a psych construct, but we're looking at things like masks, clothes, and stuff like that. He's not wearing a mask. He's not covering himself.
No, and I did not imply that those were factors that he did. That's when I'm teaching about wrongfulness, those are examples of knowledge of wrongfulness, when people try to hide their appearance or run away from a scene.
Now that we've established he wasn't hiding his appearance, he's not wearing any gloves to, you know, hide fingerprints or anything like that, to your knowledge. And he didn't pick up his shell casings as he's firing.
Objection, he was wearing gloves. It's on video. It's mischaracterization.
I'll withdraw the question and I'll move on to the next question.
All
All right,
right.
so he didn't pick up his shell casings, did he?
No, I do not believe that he did.
That's really important because there's a firearm that was collected, and if they can find the shell casings, they can match that to the firearm.
Of course, that's what a logical person would think.
Okay, so he didn't do that, and he didn't discard the clothing once he got home that he took off, right? The clothing was at his home.
It was still at his home, that's correct. And it
And
was
this-
found in the search warrant.
The boxes of ammunition, including the ammunition, the box that he opened up,
That's correct,
put into the Glock clip and used in the shooting, that was found in his apartment.
yes.
And the box that he purchased the firearm, that comes from the manufacturer, that was found in the apartment too.
Correct.
Yes?
Yeah, that was all found with the search warrant that he questioned.
Okay, I'm not trying to be annoying, but we need a yes or no, that's why.
Okay, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. The police found all of that,
Yes, they did.
and they found him in his home.
He was at his home the next morning.
They found him in a very vulnerable state when he was sleeping, correct?
Yes.
Right. They didn't find him at an airport boarding a plane.
No, after he'd had a night's sleep.
Okay. So recall the surveillance footage. Actually, I'll withdraw that question, but it would make sense for someone to conceal their identity when they commit a crime, right?
Gosh. So after 30 years of doing these cases,
But if
it's rare for people to conceal their identity, frankly, so.
Let me just give you an example. If you and I rob a bank and we don't want to get caught, maybe we put a...
I rob a bank, I'm gonna do it very differently than this.
I would agree with you. And we could talk about that after this trial. But if you and I are going to rob a bank and we don't want to get caught, you know, maybe we're going to cover our faces, right?
Maybe?
We're gonna maybe cover our tracks, at least to some extent, to make sure that we throw the police off or we send them on a different trail, correct?
That's, we are very different.
Yes, and
When
Mr. Foster,
somebody-
Mr. Foster is very different
That's
from us.
correct.
Thank you. So, the last thing I want to really consider is the motive theory, the disgruntled employee theory, because you opine at page 13 and 14 of your report that some of Mr. Foster's victims were involved in an investigation that could have led to his termination, and additional discovery information suggested that he knew he was at risk of losing his job.
That's correct.
No one told him he was getting fired, though, correct?
He knew he had been written up for being tardy.
Not my question. No one told him he was getting fired, though, right? It's a yes or no question.
I'm flipping through the pages in the discovery in my
You
head.
flip through the pages of your report, 13 to 14.
Okay. To my knowledge, nobody explicitly wrote on a piece of paper, you're gonna get fired.
And that makes sense because he showed up for work, right?
He did show up, and in fact, he worked the weekend before, according to him.
And he clocked in, right?
Late,
And
that's
he-
right.
Yes, of course he did, because he's consistently late, because his life's falling apart at
Yes,
that point.
100%.
But he goes in and clocks in and he passes the security desk, correct?
Yes.
No one stops him and says, hey, Bruce, you're fired, get the hell out of here, right?
No, they let him work his whole shift.
Exactly, so he works his whole shift, and no one told him he was going to be fired. Or,
No, that was all part of his delusion.
no, actually, I believe you reviewed records from
Correct.
KDC-1, and you're telling me, you would agree with me that the records in KDC-1 in no circumstance indicate that he was put on notice that his termination was imminent.
So I think there was a train wreck of situations here. He had been fired from another job for being tardy.
Let me stop you there. I'm not talking about Chipotle or any other job. I'm just talking about KDC-1 and the records that you reviewed at KDC-1.
To my knowledge, he wasn't specifically told you were gonna be fired.
Thank you. So, the people he shot were not HR, people in the HR department, correct?
That I don't know. I did not draw lines to who was who.
Okay, and the HR department would normally be the people who have the hiring and firing authority, correct?
Correct. Like in the office.
These people weren't in a nice air-conditioned office, they were out on the shop floor. The people I'm talking about, the people that were shot, right?
The people that were shot were from the floor. That's correct.
They were in QA, quality assurance.
Okay.
All right, so I want to get back to something you said early on about malingering. You had no reason to suspect Mr. Foster was malingering his symptoms, right?
That's correct.
You have no reason to believe that this was substance-induced psychosis, correct?
I did not think that this was substance-induced psychosis. I dismissed the importance of his frequent marijuana use.
Yes, so he smoked a lot of marijuana, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, but that's not something that you would consider caused any of his delusions or his mental illness, correct?
No, I believe he has a mental illness.
Okay, thank you. I want to go back through your report just to kind of wrap things up. So, at the beginning, you told me that your report was fair and complete, and it sounds like you didn't really consider any alternative hypotheses to the theories that you reached. And one of the examples I want to give you is that Mr. Foster fled the scene. Remember, we know he fled the scene. Did you ever think to ask him why he fled the scene?
When I talked to him about it, he said, I was getting out of there because I thought somebody was going to kill me.
Okay, did you ask any more questions about why he thought someone was going to kill him?
Well, he'd already told me all of his delusions about why people were going to kill him.
Because the mafia was going to kill him if he stuck around anymore.
Okay.
Because the police are one and same
You're
with the
telling me
mafia.
that. He did not tell me that.
But you reviewed collateral records
I
that
did.
clearly said that were better, more reliable than what he's telling you when
That's
he's
correct.
saying, because he was psychotic at the time, right?
That's right.
So, you didn't ask why he changed his clothes, correct?
I did not specifically ask why he changed his
You didn't reduce any of those considerations, those maybe competing theories in writing in your reports, correct?
He specifically, in both the collateral information and in the records that I had, made it very clear that he had an intention, he
Let me ask
delivered the intention,
I'm gonna
and
ask
he
you to
knew
stop
the
right there because you're not
illegalities
answering
of
my
it.
question. So, the question I asked you was, you didn't reduce those alternative findings to writing in your report, yes or no?
I don't understand the question.
I asked you to consider alternative hypotheses, maybe a different explanation for why he fled the scene, why he changed
Oh,
his
so
clothes.
you're asking me why I don't have alternative hypotheses in my report?
I'm not asking you why, but I'm asking you, you did not contain them in your report, yes or no?
Contain them.
They're not written in your report, right?
So you're asking me why I didn't put them in my report?
They're just not in your report, right?
They're not, the alternative is
Yeah.
not in my report.
Thank you. And that would have given you possibly more data to consider in this case, correct?
If it was in my report,
If you asked him the questions, it's going to give you more information about him and his state of mind, right?
I believe I did a very thorough job.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Dr. Dell, thank you for your patience. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Read right.
Thank you. Dr. O'Donnell, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Sure.
Again, you respond to statement number 22L.
22 what?
L. That is a corrective action from KDC, correct? For Bruce Foster?
That's correct.
And up at the top of that, it indicates that it's a final, is that correct?
It does say final.
And on the second page of that document, as soon as you have a chance to flip to the second page,
Where it says the above, oh, the second page, okay,
now, it's signed by Bruce Foster, correct?
correct.
And I can't remember which paragraph it was where it talked, I think it's up toward the top. Does it indicate what will happen if Mr. Foster has another tardy or unexcused absence?
January 8th, he signed it on January 2025. Let's see. It's been discussed with him multiple times, improve his attendance. Expectation is not to accumulate any points going forward within 1 year at any point. Oh, any point that he accumulates, any points that he accumulates will result in termination.
And that was signed by the defendant, correct?
It was signed by his supervisor, and it looks like it says employee signature, so I'm guessing that's Mr. Foster's signature, I don't know.
That has his name on it.
Yes, it does.
So it is a document that was gone over with Bruce Foster, correct? Where he was now aware
It
that.
appears to be.
Yeah, and then
And he wrote, someone wrote, the excuse of the tardiness is the Uber situation.
the and the date, yes, his initials. So he was on notice, would you agree, based upon this document right here, that another absence, another tardy, you're gonna be fired?
He absolutely was on notice there. He had lost the job at Chipotle. He told me that he was failing his classes because he was late to his classes.
I wanted to ask you what your alternative hypothesis, when you were asked a question about his behavior in the cafeteria,
Yeah.
what would you attribute that to, or do you have an alternative hypothesis to?
So I actually saw, when I saw him, I was thinking about things like tardive dyskinesia, which is a neurological disorder. A lot of people who have severe mental illness, when they're off medication or on the wrong medication, they have tremors, jaw tremors, hand tremors, tongue flipping. There's several neurological conditions that look like that. He also was obviously struggling to make a decision about what he wanted. I was trying to figure out in the moment. He got a drink, got a reasonable drink, sat it on the counter. I don't know if they have to pay for what they're doing there in the cafeteria, but he looked like he was following the norms of the proceedings there. That's my point about him the whole time.
You wouldn't interpret that as him being agitated?
I did not see him as particularly agitated, although I will concede he is a very mentally ill person and he was not in good shape.
Thank you. Which brings me to the question of that mentally ill people, delusional people, psychotic people can commit acts and know their wrongfulness.
Yes, and I think it's really important to recognize in this case that he was a very mentally ill person and he tried really hard to keep his life on the rails, but eventually he couldn't hold it together. He couldn't refrain from taking an action on these delusions. And unfortunately, in, I think it was 1990s, 1990 or 1997, we kicked the refrain clause out of the NGRI statute.
Is that the impulse,
Right,
irresistible
he could
impulse?
he could not refrain from taking an action on this delusional thinking, even though he knew it was wrong and it was dangerous. He knew it was dangerous to him, he knew it was dangerous to innocent people, and he knew that there were legal consequences. In fact, he tried to use the legal consequences. You know, oh, that search warrant's not legal. Oh, get me in front of a judge. You know, I want to talk to, I don't know that he said I want to talk to a lawyer, but he was careful about acknowledging he understood his rights. He knew all that.
In fact, he said it was wrong to kill or shoot an innocent, right?
That's exactly.
But he in fact did shoot an innocent, by his own
By his
admission.
definition.
By his definition, his own admission, when he shot Nick Harris, who was with the first guy he shot, right?
Yes.
You were asked about him and his plan, his maybe flawed plan, right, where he didn't put a mask on, he didn't pick up the casings. Folks can make plans. They don't have to be good plans,
I
correct?
didn't mean to be flip about that, but 30 years, I don't see, people don't come to me because they had a good plan. People make mistakes in their plans, and a lot of times it's because of their mental illness or inexperience in committing crimes successfully. I mean,
Would you agree
it's
that
little practice.
Mr. Foster wouldn't really have much time to pick up casings, would he? He's chasing a man down, shooting him while in the back while he's running, and then he's going to the next place to shoot people and getting the gun taken away from him, and then he's got to run because he's afraid he's now going to get shot.
That was the conclusion I reached.
And if I tell you that the video that's been admitted into evidence here in court shows Bruce Foster wearing gloves during the shooting, would you believe that?
I'll give you the same latitude that I
Thank you.
gave the defense.
I think you said something that he had to act in that moment, right? He tells you that he had to do it. But he didn't act until he had called for an Uber to make sure he had to get away.
Correct.
And he didn't act until he had already changed his clothes in that production room first and modified his uniform. He changed into something else.
His clothes, right.
And then changed again in the Uber. But
We can't know exactly why he changed his
Right.
clothes. But when you look at these in the aggregate, when you look at each step, it certainly went to his benefit. At no point did he do something that deviated from the one thing he wanted to do, which was shoot these people and avoid being caught for doing it.
thank you. I have another question.
Across, Mr. Stavro.
Yes, sir. Dr. O'Donnell, it states Exhibit 22L that Ms. Wells handed you a copy of.
Yes,
Um,
she has
Mr. Foster was on notice that he could be terminated, right?
that. Can you get the 22L so I can see it again?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, for sure. Yes.
Do you want to read it?
Go ahead and take a look at it.
Okay. So the above absences have contributed to 23 points. KDC's policy results in a termination beyond 10 points. And then the plan for improvement, as I said, I'm an administrator of an agency, and so I recognize these forms. The expectation is not to accumulate any more points. It doesn't say more. It says any points going forward within 1 year, and any point that he accumulates will result in termination.
Okay, so he's on notice that his conduct in showing up late could result in his termination, right?
Wow. Yes.
Okay, so, but no one told him he was fired, right?
No one told him that. To my knowledge, that day, he was not told he was fired.
And that record does not contain anything that says you are terminated or we are starting termination proceedings, right?
In my agency, this and the language
I'm
on
not
it,
asking about your agency, I'm
Okay.
asking about the document. that's in
policy
front of you.
results in a termination beyond 10 points. To me, that says you're about to be terminated.
Okay, but no one's told him he's been fired, right? Because he showed up for work and he clocked in and he worked a full shift, right?
That's correct.
And that was back on January 6th, that document, correct?
This document is from January the 8th.
I'm sorry, January 8th,
Yeah.
my mistake.
Oh,
And then the shooting occurred February 4th, 2025.
1 month later.
And I want to ask you about Mr. Foster's definition of innocent. His definition of a lot of things back in February 4th, 2025 is marred by his delusion, correct?
Definition of things back February 2025 is marked by delusion. I'm sorry, I'm getting tired, so that's my process.
I am too. It's okay. But we're almost done.
Okay.
Everything he's considering at
Can you
that
do that one
time,
more time? I'm sorry, I
his
lost.
definition of delusion doesn't sync up with the reality of
His definition of innocence
innocent. I'm sorry.
doesn't sync up with, okay, I'll give you that.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you, Doctor. You may step down.
Judge, nice to meet you, sir.
All right, council, come on up here. Let's talk about schedule.
This is prosecutors, and those were here. Thank you.
Okay, we have no additional witnesses for today, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, so let's plan on resuming tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Anything further before we recess? Thank you.
All rise.